All right, we're going to get started. Welcome everybody to the December 10th, 2024 PCSSD regular board meeting. Ms. Smith, would you please call the roll?
All right. Ward.
Present.
Tate.
She's here.
Tate. Sorry, here. Me. Potter.
Here.
Maynard.
Here.
Miss Karen Maynard. Keller.
Present.
Delaney.
Present. Okay, we have a student board member tonight. Ms. Potter, you will be introducing.
We have Rihanna Chapman. She is a junior at Maumelle High School. Her extracurricular activities include varsity cheer, student council vice president of community affairs, ambassador for the Business and Services Academy Pathway, and she works in the new Telco Federal Credit Union branch at Maumelle High School. So, welcome, and feel free tonight to step in. If you have any questions or comments, just jump in and tell us what you think. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you both, and would you all join me in the pledge, please? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, our next item of business are public comments. We have 6 public comments tonight. I will, hold on just a second, I have a thing to read. Get it out. We allow each speaker 3 minutes for public comments. I will keep time for us. Maynard is delegated that. Our responsibility is to listen to your comments. It is board policy that we do not respond or discuss your comments during this time. You have First Amendment rights during your 3 minutes. My polite request is that for any complaints involving staff members, please consider whether it is necessary to name that staff member in order to make your point. And with that, our first speaker is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna mess some of these up. Madison Stinnett.
Hello, good evening. My name is Madison Stinnett, and I was one of the first graduating classes of AVID, and I'm here to talk about how AVID has impacted my life and my current career now. I was accepted into AVID in 9th grade and graduated with AVID in 12th grade and moved on and graduated with honors. I got accepted to Arkansas State University in Beebe. I'm currently an EMT working on an ambulance, and my main goal is flight medic. AVID has impacted my life. I still use AVID techniques through paperwork, being able to organize patient contact and all the interventions that we do with the patient and caring for a patient. I learned how to communicate with paramedics that are above me. Some of them don't like us EMTs, but that's okay. And we learn how to communicate with other nurses and doctors as well, especially in high-stress environments. We know how to communicate well and effectively, and I learned that through AVID. Even with like high school work and learning how to prioritize things in patient narratives and patient care reports, we have to prioritize the different types of the narratives, interventions, and all that. We have to put it in certain order on the patient narrative because it is medical records. It's very professional. I have learned how to write professionally in AVID, and you have to write professionally because that does go to the state and it can go national if something bad was to happen. But AVID has just really steered me towards the right direction on learning how to apply for everything. I just recently, like I said, got accepted to paramedic school, and without AVID, I wouldn't have known how to do that again, to be able to apply to a college, to be able to go through paramedic school. But that's how AVID has helped me. They've helped me be able to prioritize things and speak professionally to other professionals, because now I'm working in a professional career at such a young age. I've been able to advocate for myself as well because of AVID in those high-stress environments, such as working on the ambulance and working in the ER. So thank you for your time. I appreciate y'all having me here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. Our next speaker is, I think I can pronounce this one, Steve Wilson.
I want to know where AVID was when I was in school. Hard knocks. Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Y'all having me. It's good to be here again. Gail and I, my wife, and I've been attending the last, 6 months of meetings, and we've learned a lot. Some of it more than what we wanted to know, but we do want to say we appreciate all the work you do. It's a thankless job, in my opinion of it. I did work for the Game and Fish Commission for 37 and a half years, and of course, been through a lot of commission meetings and so forth. So we're learning a little bit about your policies and procedures, and talking about that, I guess what I have tonight is a proposal about proposals. We just found out, I did last night after being out of town for the weekend, that there's a proposal to change the schedule for the kids next year, 25-26 year, and which is fine. I think proposals are fine, but I would like to propose that the board not take any action on any proposal until we've had ample time for public opinion and public comment. That brings me to my second point, is that I understand that the agenda for this meeting is actually put together on Friday, and it's put out before the meeting on Tuesday. I would like to propose, if you would, that it be at least 10 days, 7 to 10 days before the meeting, to give everyone time to see it and arrange to get here if you wanted to come and speak and so forth. So, that's all I have. Any questions from me?
We don't do that.
Do what?
You can't do that.
Did you not listen to my little thing at the beginning?
You can't talk?
That's my policy.
I didn't.
Well, I can talk.
I
I
didn't
just
name
can't.
any people.
You left out a few sentences from the speech.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Steve. All right. Our next one is Jamie Diaz? Sorry.
Good evening. Thank you guys for having me here. My topic is to talk about AVID as well. I have been a parent in PCSSD for over, 12 years now. I've had a son that just graduated. I have a high schooler in 10th grade. My daughter has gone through AVID since 6th grade. It has prepared her for college readiness. She's toured many of colleges. It has organized and built many, many leaderships through her. Also would like to make a big fact that I'm an educator. I work for JMPSD, and PCSSD has been a model school district for AVID. We go and tour PCSSD schools, Seven Hills Elementary being one of them. It was the middle school, now it's the junior high, since PCSSD has made those changes. But PCSSD has been the model for surrounding districts for AVID. It has shown our elementary students, because I'm an elementary teacher, what AVID does in the elementary realm, which is a huge change for students as well, to prepare them for higher grades, for leadership skills, organizations. Helps them tremendously with note-taking, which college is huge with. So I just wanted to say that AVID has been a huge, huge thing with my children, and as an educator in a different district, with PCSSD being a model. So that's all I have. Thank you guys, and thank y'all for all y'all do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Watkins.
I wrote mine because I'm afraid I'm going to ramble. So, yes, my name's Alice Watkins. I'm also here to talk about AVID. I have a 7th grade student at Sylvan Hills Middle School who participates in the AVID program and has since the 6th grade. It's more than an academic program. It's really, sorry. It's really a lifeline for students who are average. My daughter has dyslexia. Elementary was tough for us, but her elementary school teachers recommended her for this program. And because of it, and Mr. Hutchins and Mrs. Hum who run it, they're really amazing people. She's in all pre-A, pre-classes with no 504 plan. She's been on the honor roll every single 9 weeks since we started middle school. She's in student council. She's a member of the cheer team. The best part is that she believes in herself, and she's not limited by what used to be really hard for her. It's teaching her time management skills. It's teaching her to be aware. Sylvan Hills has a lot of kids on the honor roll. We just came from honor roll assembly for the first 9 weeks, and Mr. Hudgens and Mrs. Hum said it's the most kids they've had in a long time. I guarantee you it's because of AVID. As much as I like to think I'm a good parent, I don't check Schoology every day like I should, but my daughter does. The teachers in AVID put that into their system. She knows what a deadline means. She knows that if her grade is turned in, it's going to be a little bit lowered. But we need it to be on time because we need all the points we can get. She's already researching colleges. She has a top 10 list. Penn State, LSU, Arkansas is not on it, but University of Texas. These are things like she's already working towards, and these are kids that are not going to be the elite. Our system is set up for the really advanced and the underrepresented, but the kids in the middle outnumber those other kids. And this is something that really sets them up for success. And so when you get to that piece of the agenda today, I just hope you remember that, because there's a lot of kids relying on it.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Williams.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm Michelle Williams. I am the registrar for Mills Middle and Mills High School. I'm here for the proposal of salary. As a registrar, we are the first for parents and students to see when they come to the district. We have to deal with making sure that the students aren't homeless, that they have all the resources that they need in order to get enrolled into PCSSD. For us to be in the salary we're in, we shouldn't be. People at Buc-ee's make $20 an hour. That's a bathroom attendant. Little Rock School District, they start their registrars off at 36,000 plus to 50,000 plus. We work hard every day, and I know most of the registrars aren't here. We need more money, you know, and a lot of them are talking about going to other districts just to get paid more. And we, you know, it's a lot of registrars that do work second jobs just to make ends meet, you know. But like I said, just please consider that and everything. And it would be a good idea to make secondary registrars $244 a year. That'll give us enough time to get any paperwork from districts to make sure that they have for our teachers and staff at the schools. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Jenna Batterton, or did I get it right? Jera, okay, that was an R, sorry.
Good evening. My name's Jera Batterton, and I have 3 children in elementary school in the PCSSD district. I recently found out a couple of days ago that there may be a schedule change for the 24-25 school year. And this was very concerning to me because I hadn't heard anything about it. I didn't know that it was an option or anything we were discussing or talking about. Once the information was disseminated to us and I reached out to some other parents, a lot of them were upset and concerned about the schedule and how they were going to make that work for their families. My children are not reading at grade level. We just took tests in October, and all 3 of them are not reading at grade level, as well as 65% of Arkansas students are not reading at grade level. So before we cut instructional time that they're having direct instruction with their teachers, I would really like us to consider where our grades are, where our standards are. We're doing everything we can to get them on par. My children are in dyslexia intervention. They receive special education. If we reduce the time that they're in class or the time that they're at school, they have a hard schedule to follow anyways. They're getting pulled out for specials because they need that extra time. When we shorten and collapse their days by any means, they're not going to be able to get the instruction that they're currently getting. And my children qualify for the $500 tutoring, Learns, the new tutoring grant that's offered for children who are below a certain level in reading. And I have a really hard time understanding why we're going to give the public's federal or state tax dollars and money to fund a grant, a tutoring grant, but we're going to take children out of direct instructional time. So I would just like you to please take that into consideration whenever y'all make your decisions for what the schedule's going to look like. And please just ask around. I know that I talked to several parents who were concerned, so just take that into consideration. I greatly appreciate it, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that is the last public comment I have on our list. That's going to bring us down to board reorganization. One moment. Okay, before we reorganize the board, I just want to do a preface and explain how this works. Board reorganization is required by law. It's essentially the officer elections that we have, the board officer elections up here. We're legally required to reorganize our board at the first regular meeting after the school election has been certified, which is this meeting. So we have 5 positions on the board that are officer positions or named positions in some form. They are president, vice president, secretary, dispersing officer, and legislative liaison. There's no major changes to the process that you all know and love, but I'm going to explain to everybody how it all works. So we take nominations, we go position by position, we take nominations. Nominations do not need a second. You can nominate yourself. If you are nominated and want to decline, just say decline. 2 or more nominations, we'll have a process where we do a roll call vote first, where we go and you say Smith, Tate, whoever the candidates are, and then if one of those has 4, we'll make a motion and vote that person is that position. And a person needs 4 votes to get an officer position, so you can't have like a 3-2-2 situation where the person with 3 wins. You've got to have a majority of the board both want you to be in that position. And with that, I will start with the position of president.
I nominate Steve Delaney. Seconded.
You don't need a second.
I know. Just want to make sure you knew that.
Went to the Steve Wilson School of Listening. Okay, so we have
Glad you
one
stayed for that.
nomination. I don't want to move too fast. Does anyone else have a nomination? Okay, this one, so the other piece is that there's only one person, we'll just make a motion and do that. So I'll take a motion for Stephen Delaney to be president.
I make a motion for Stephen Delaney to be president.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Potter, I have Potter for the second. I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of Stephen Delaney for president, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Have that 7-0. The next position is board vice president. I will take nominations for that.
I'll nominate Dr. Tate.
Other nominations?
I nominate Tina Ward.
Okay. We have 2. Is there any more? Can all 7 go for it, but I'll leave it at 2. Okay, so this one will be that process where we do the roll call first, and then the winner of the roll call we'll need a motion for.
I go to do the roll call?
Yeah, you can do roll call.
Thank you. Ward,
Ward.
Tate,
Tate.
Smith, Potter.
What did you,
I don't know, we used to do roll call.
when you call yourself, you have to vote.
What?
You have to vote.
You have to pick.
Tate or Ward?
Oh, Ward picked herself. Oh, my gosh. Okay, I'm so confused. Okay. Coffee's kicking in.
Okay,
No, Tate, Dr. Tate.
okay. Now say Potter.
Potter.
Dr. Tate.
Okay.
Maynard,
Tate.
Keller,
Ward.
Delaney.
Tate. Okay, I will take a motion for Dr. Tate.
Motion to nominate Dr. Tate for vice president.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Potter's made the motion, Maynard has seconded. I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of Tate for vice president, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next, we have secretary.
I nominate Heather Smith.
I have 1 for Smith.
I nominate Tina Ward.
I was gonna say, can I nominate myself too, or is it just?
No, you can't yet. That was the first point. Okay, so I have 2. Anyone else want to jump in? Okay, we'll run it the same way. You want to do this one, Heather?
I think I figured it out now.
Okay.
Ward,
Ward.
Tate,
Smith.
no. Oh, right? Yeah. So bad. Potter,
Smith.
Maynard,
Smith.
Keller,
Ward.
Delaney.
Smith. Did you vote for yourself?
I voted for me, yeah.
Okay,
I love that job.
all right. So I have that 5-2 for Smith. I'll take a motion for Smith for secretary.
I'll make a motion for Heather Smith for secretary.
Okay, Maynard has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Potter has seconded. All in favor of Smith for secretary, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Next, we have dispersing officer. I'll take nominations for dispersing officer.
I'll nominate Karen.
Maynard, okay. I have I have a nomination for Maynard. Do I have any other nominations for dispersing officer?
Ward.
Okay. All right. Maynard and Ward, anyone else? Okay. Ms. Smith?
Ward,
Ward.
Tate,
Ward.
me, Karen, Potter,
Maynard.
Keller,
Ward.
Delaney.
Maynard, but you didn't call Maynard.
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 Okay. All right. I'll take a motion for Maynard for dispersing officer.
Motion.
Okay, Potter has made the motion on Maynard for dispersing officer. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Smith has seconded. All in favor of Maynard for dispersing officer, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Final one, legislative liaison. I'll take nominations.
I nominate Potter for legislative liaison.
Other nominations for legislative liaison?
Ward.
Okay. All right. I have Potter and Ward. Anyone else? Okay. We'll run this one too for legislative liaison. Ms. Smith?
Ward,
Ward.
Tate,
Potter.
Smith, Potter.
Now you say Potter.
Potter,
Potter.
Maynard,
Potter.
Keller,
Ward.
Delaney.
Potter. Okay, I will take a motion on Potter for legislative liaison.
I make a motion for Wendy Potter as legislative liaison.
Maynard has made a motion for Potter for legislative liaison. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Smith has seconded. All in favor of Potter for legislative liaison, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, there's your reorganization.
Not really.
Our next item of business is approval of the last meeting's minutes. I'll take a motion on approving last meeting's minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, Potter has made a motion to approve the last meeting's minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate has seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of the approving last meeting's minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. That brings us down to our certified PPC presentation. Ms. Robinson, nothing today?
We don't have a presentation, but welcome to the board.
Thank you.
All right. Classified PPC presentation. Mr. Chesterfield?
Good evening.
Good evening.
The PPC met last month, and they, you might, well, let me start off this way. You might have a lot of talk about, classified. And it's really a lot of talk. I can start with, transportation. Transportation is just, it's pitiful. They double, they triple, they do it, we do it all. And we still can't get no help. No help whatsoever. Here just now, the end of the year, no one, other than me and a few more people, thinking about giving classified more money. No one do that. No one even talk about it. We're actually having people talk about it right now. Talk about it because they kind of fed up. But here it is, again. It's coming up for holidays. No bonuses, no nothing. I can't understand why that never be on the agenda to get classified a bonus. I just don't understand that. Maybe I probably won't never understand that, but that's never even talked about. I said, and I listen to a lot of things. A lot of things. It's just like Ms. Ward over there. She nominated herself, and she didn't get not one position. Not one position. Is that right? I don't think so. Something wrong with that picture, Mr. President. Seemed like you already had it together before you even called the board meeting. Who gonna get what? I tell it like it is, whether you want to hear it or not. That's a shame. She nominated herself 5 times, 5 or 6 times, maybe 7. I sat here and listened at it. Nobody. I heard that gentleman there vote for her, other than herself. I heard nobody else. Nobody else. That's a shame. Something wrong with that picture. You're not gonna admit to it, but there's something wrong with it. That's all I'm gonna say right now, because I'm gonna let Dr. William talk on the rest of it. But I wanted to get up and talk about the nitty-gritty, what I see. And it's wrong, and I'm not talking behind your back, I'm telling you in front of your face. It's wrong. It's wrong. But you know, in life, though, what goes around comes around. You have to remember that. That's all I got to say right now.
Next, we have, okay, so on this one, we're gonna do two things with this. We've got an agenda item that the presenters are presenting, so we're gonna do a report, and then we're gonna do the agenda item for both of them at the same time, because Mr. Farr has a choir concert, so. The first report is Maumelle High, Sylvan Hills Junior High Academic Competition with Mr. Allen, Wyvon West, and Dr. Farr.
Somebody back there put the presentation up. All right, awesome. Good deal. Thank you. Good evening, board. Good evening. Dr. Farr, my good friend here, and I, we're back to present to you all again. And so we're presenting to you our friendly competition between Sylvan Hills High School and Junior High and Maumelle High School. And I'll just say, on a night that we're presenting about this competition, I'm just so disappointed to see my board members wearing red, but we'll just keep it in the spirit of the season and say it's Christmas time, and that's why you're wearing red. But,
Yes,
enough
Mary?
of that. So, when it comes to our presentation, whoops, here we go. If you remember, we came to you last school year, and so we had a competition in regard to our MAP test, and it was scored based off of RIT score. And so we took our MAP 1 data, and then the competition then started with our MAP 2 to determine who the winner would be. Also, you know, this is a slide we used last year. If you look at that slide, you'll see Dr. Farr. He's actually in our bear costume there. And so you'll find out he may be wearing that costume at school later this year, and we'll have the bear head for him as well. But real quickly, as far as the score piece on there, the way we were scoring it for the competition is for each 10% that a school gathered on the test would be worth 1 point. And then normal roundup rules, so if it was, say, 15 instead of 1 point, it'd be 2 points. And so, again, this is the way we were doing it for RIT. We were tied, and so then the tiebreaker was going to be our summative atlas test that we took at the end of last school year, and we just used the same scoring to determine who the winner would be. All right. I'm clicking. There we go. All right, Dr. Farr actually asked me to go ahead and put this information up. This is information that I gathered every year. I take all the high schools in Central Arkansas and how they perform on the state standardized exam, and I put it together to kind of rank out where our schools are. That way, when I go back and talk with my school, I can let our staff know kind of where we stand compared to other schools in our area. So these schools, it's all the PCSSD schools, it's North Little Rock, it's the LRSD schools, and Jacksonville, Bryant, and Benton. And so another thing I need to preface with this, because I was presenting this to my staff, this does not have Algebra 1 on it, and it does not have the ELA or reading at the 9th grade level, since I don't offer those courses on my campus. So this is just for geometry, ELA and reading at the 10th grade level, and then it does take into account biology for both the 9th and 10th grade level. So whenever we put those scores together, scores like, for example, geometry doesn't look great. It says 17.29%. of students at Sylvan Hills met proficiency. Well, state proficiency on that is 15%. So it's above the state average. And so you look at like ELA and reading for us, the percentages are higher, but you notice our rank within Central Arkansas is lower. So for us, that's going to be a focus this year. If you look at the very bottom, Benton had the best scores. And so I have already sent my academic coach to meet with the academic coaches at Benton to try to figure out what they're doing so we can incorporate some of what's working well for them. So we've gathered that information. We're going to start implementing parts of that we can on our own within the school. But the final column there is just kind of the rank as far as these public schools in Central Arkansas, Benton being the top, Little Rock Central is there, and then Sylvan Hills next as far as the PCSSD schools. Okay, and so now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Farr before we release how we tabulated the results here.
Yeah, as you saw on that last screen, if you were looking at geometry, if Algebra 1 was up there, you'll see that our scores are not quite where we want them to be. Either I'm going to invite up our math coach, Ms. LaSandra Williams, to come and assist with some of this data here that we've been compiling just to show what we're doing at Marlboro High School. So when we see our scores, if we're not happy with them, then obviously we have to have a plan in place. We have to have something that we need to be doing moving forward. Specifically in math and science is where our focus is going to be. We definitely need to still put in some work in ELA and in some reading, but in math and science, we're looking at our scores and how low they are, especially in that biology. We're piloting something within our math department right now that Ms. Williams is spearheading for us, and then we're going to transition and do the same thing with our science team starting next semester. But Ms. Williams, if you could just kind of delve into some of that data that we've been compiling. Just take that floor.
All right, so basically, if you look at the data, you'll see that we are suffering in Algebra 1 and Geometry. So we developed a partnership with Arkansas Department of Education to determine why do our data look the way it does. So if you go to the next slide real quick, we have 3 areas of concern: our Tier 1 instruction, student engagement, and then just our teachers understanding the standards. As you know, the state standards changed about 2 years ago, and it came to us rather quickly. And so instructional coaches, we had to rush to try to align it to the textbook so you know that the teachers didn't have the opportunity to really dig into the standards to understand it and crosswalk the book. So could we go to the next slide?
Next one.
So some things that, go back to the other one real quick. So things that we did based on our data, we did walk through all the math classrooms just to get an alignment. It was the admin team, Arkansas Department of Ed, and myself. So what we noticed across the classrooms was we're not teaching, number one, it wasn't Tier 1 instruction, and the rigor wasn't there. So the first step into this process, we provided the PD during our PLC time, and the PLC focused on student engagement. So what the teachers you see in this photo, they had to come up with a common term for mathematical discourse. And so focus on mathematical discourse requires the students to think deeper into how they can engage the kids using their academic vocabulary. So one thing about the ATLAS test, we're going to go back to that in just a second. One thing about math, normally when they do the math problems, they just want to do a basic 24 or give a simple answer. And on the ATLAS test, they have to know how to justify and explain. Although they're not writing it, they have to choose the correct answer that explains that particular math problem. So now we're trying to push our kids to be able to not just try to solve the problem, but also be able to explain how to solve that particular problem. Can you go to the next one, please? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, thank you, Ms. Williams. So, once again, according to our data, we have work to do. And you'll see on the next slide, I know Mr. Allen's going to kind of boast and brag a little bit, but I'll kind of foreshadow here just a little bit. we're going to challenge Sylvan Hills once again. And I like a good underdog story, okay? So obviously we're the underdogs in this scenario at Mobile High School. But what I am proud of is seeing how much our students have grown in this case within one school year. Looking at the data that we came into, obviously our students were hitting a baseline, but it wasn't where we thought that we needed to be. And then seeing how much we've grown within a year, I believe that as we continue and then getting used to A, the standards, B, understanding how this Atlas test actually works and understanding how we need to be teaching to those standards, I think that we're going to continue to do a better job moving forward. Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
You did a great job. He actually stole my thunder. It says Sylvan Hills wins, but I was going to say actually we all win there.
Yeah.
I will say Dr. Farr and his team have done a tremendous job. If you go back and look, when we started this competition, we were ahead of Maumelle during Map 1. Map 2, they caught us and we tied, so we had to go to this tiebreaker. And then when you look at the ranking of the schools in the area, Maumelle has come up. So he and his team, his kids at the school, they did a tremendous job of taking this on. There's nothing good with a little healthy competition. We invite it, we enjoy it, we look forward to doing it again. But yeah, when you, for the sake of the competition, when we're taking each percent and with normal roundup rules, so if you look at just say ELA, let's look at the 9th grade level, Sylvan Hills Junior High, ELA 28.6, that's 3 points, 29% is 3 points. Algebra 1 was 4%, so we got 0 points. But they absolutely killed it in biology with 64% to get 6 points. So then kind of carrying across with Maumelle, the 30.8 got them 3 points. The 36.4 gets them 4 points, 10.21, and then the 46.1 got them 5. When you add all of those up, it comes to a final total of Sylvan Hills 22, Maumelle 20. But again, we all win in this. So we're very excited about it. Since we're going to do it again, what I'll probably do, I'll probably get with one of our local vendors and we'll create a trophy. We'll call it the Battle of the Brains. Are you good with that?
I love it.
Battle of the Brains. And
Put
so
some bread on it.
we'll just put a little placards on there. And so for each year, whichever winning school, they get to keep it at their school. And then, of course, Dr. Farr, being the Sylvan Hills alum, he'll be happy to wear this bear costume at Maumelle High School one day. I'm sure we can get Jessica Duff out there to take plenty of photos. Who knows, I may even show it myself.
Y'all not going to go for that, are you?
But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to leave you up here and get Ms. Herring to join us for, this is on action item, new business. It's letter C. It's the Sylvan Hills High and Maumelle High National Fitness Court Studio.
All right, so we want to present to you all an opportunity that we have for both Maumelle and Sylvan Hills to get a national fitness court studio, which is an outdoor studio on both campuses. What we've done so far, we've had a couple of meetings to determine what that looks like at both campuses. We determined where this could be placed should we move forward with this. I guess one of the biggest things we're noticing, and I think it's widely known, that physical inactivity is becoming more and more as we go on. Kids are more on cell phones, kids are more in their rooms, kids stay inside. They don't get out and have as much physical activity as you used to see when we were kids. And this has an opportunity to provide some world-class fitness studios, so to speak, that are free to our students, to our parents, to our community, to our staff. And obviously it comes with a hefty price, and we'll kind of get into that a little more, but one of our biggest things and what we're trying to do here is ask for the board, that recommendation, one, to approve the construction of the fitness courts for both Sylvan Hills and Maumelle, and then two, we're seeking approval to seek funding through grants and donations from Academy partners to cover the cost of each court. So we want to seek those donations. We want to seek those grants so that we can have that opportunity to see this for our communities.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Farr was talking about some of the grants. One of the big ones that we'll apply for is the Blue and U grants. And so those grants, we could be awarded up to $200,000 for each site. So that'll take care of a good chunk of it there. And so kind of the way we view this is we work to get these grants in place, and we we fund it through grants and through sponsorships to be able to make it happen.
Yep, and you'll
So-
see like the NFC grant that would already come with it is at 30,000, obviously for each site. So having something else that goes along with it that jumps it, if we could land that one at 200,000, we'll have a little bit more to go where we're seeking other partnerships that we already have with some of our community partners.
And like Dr. Farr said, I mean, the U.S. is facing an epidemic when it comes to mental health and sedentary lifestyles. Again, cell phones and just today's digital way of life. And so we need to have something for our students, for our staff, for our community, a place where they can go and really work not just on their physical outlook, but also that mental health. Because we know that for those that get active and they apply themselves in exercise, it kind of takes care of some of those mental health issues as well. So some of the benefits from a national fitness court studio supports, again, the social and emotional health, reduces anxiety, improves a person's sense of control, improves coping ability, self-esteem, and reduces stress. We want people to be fit for life or for career. It prepares students to be active and fit for life. An outdoor classroom space, we want it to be accessible. Each of these locations that's being proposed at Maumelle and Sylvan Hills, it'll be on a flat area space close to a parking lot, so it'll be ADA compatible for people that want to come out. There is an app available as well for workout routines for people who would like to look at various options. There's academy challenges, fitness challenges, and with our two schools, we can take this another route. For PE and academic classes, it's a safe location as well to get fit, being on the school campus. And then again, one social determinant of health that has a major impact on a person's health, well-being, and quality of life is access to physical activity opportunities. And so we would like for you guys to consider it. I know Dr. Farr had already stated his recommendation to the board would be to approve the construction of the 2 fitness court studios, one at Maumelle High, one at Sylvan Hills High. And then secondly, again, just the addition to that, we're seeking approval to seek funds through grants and donations from Academy partners to cover the cost of each of these courts.
Any questions?
Yes. This is going to be open to the community, which I think is great. Is there any liability that the district would have if someone were to get hurt on this equipment?
There would be the liability that comes into place just as if any other person was on our campus at any other time. So, in the same way.
And I can say that where we would have them located, obviously there are cameras, because it's accessible, we have them by a parking lot so people can access it during certain times of the day, with school being out or so forth, but we have cameras so we can see things that are taking place on the campus still.
The equipment that we buy for this, assuming everything goes smoothly, will we be required to buy it from a specific vendor?
It is a part of the National Fitness Campaign, so it comes through them, they would be the vendor.
Are there any matching funds that have to be added to the Blue and You?
So when we talked to the National Fitness Campaign, they have what they want to be a matching campaign from the district. And we told them that the only way that we would agree to do this is if we raised all of the funds so that it did not cost our district anything. And so that, knowing that, I'll say this as well, we're going to apply for the grant from you, just like Blue and You, but we may only get $100,000. And so we're going to continue seeking other ways to fund that through other grants. I'm also going to talk to our academy partners to see if this is something that they would like to partner with us on, and we will talk to our city, both cities that the schools are in, to see if this is something they would like to partner with us on.
Put advertising on
Yes.
as well. Whatever academy partners, if they donate, we can put their signage on these courses as well.
Yeah.
So if it's only gonna get built if you raise the money, why are we doing the proposition in two parts? Why don't we just say, we approve it being built provisionally if the money is raised for 100% of the cost?
We can do that. We just have to do that to get the grant from the National Fitness Campaign. We have to show that we have board support before we can apply for the National Fitness Campaign.
So we can do it the way I said, yeah.
What is the deadline to raise the funds?
We have 180 days.
From now,
And,
from the day we approve?
well, from the day that we apply for the grant. So not from this day, but from the day that we apply, and we'll probably do that in January. That's our, maybe before we leave for the break, but I think it'll be first part of January.
How were Maumelle High and Sylvan Hills High selected?
Space.
Space,
We have no space on Robinson's campus, pretty much for anything, especially something like this. Mills, we couldn't find the space. In the wellness committee meetings, we looked at all the campuses and found spaces. Those are my two cases we found space at for high school.
Are there any other schools that you guys know of in Central Arkansas who are also seeking this type of partnership? Like, what kind of competition do we have with other districts?
not at the moment.
There is one on UANS's campus, but that's been for a little while.
So, deterioration, the building in 10 years, where are we there? Maintenance of
As far as the equipment goes,
cost. Everything, like what is there a, come in and replenish the equipment in 5 years because things will be worn out? I mean, no fitness center doesn't need to replenish their equipment. Is there a buyback program or anything like that?
so the equipment's not like a weight room equipment. It's all affixed to the platform, to the concrete.
Okay.
There are some moving parts, but there's not many. So there's like pull-up bars and sit-up bars and stuff like that. There are no weight machines or anything like that that requires a lot of maintenance, if that makes sense.
I saw some of the pictures, I just,
There's a couple that have little pulley systems on them, but they're not weight bearing. It's all like your weight bearing exercises.
So
you
that's
have
the
to find
benefit.
bench presses or stuff like that. So on the far end, on the far right, the upper right hand corner, you'll see it's all affixed to the concrete and to the system. So nothing moves.
so there's not a roof to it.
I'm sorry?
There's not a roof to it, it's just all like
It's all that.
I guess in my mind, there was a building attached and I
No,
just
it's
didn't
all
see it.
that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can see the art piece, we were talking about companies being able to have sponsorship logos. Where the art is there, they will be able to put their logo on the.
What is the surface of that floor?
What's that?
What's the surface on that floor? Is that a soft or a,
It's, a variation of like the sport court, because I think it's
Sport.
plastic
okay.
tile.
will have to be
For outdoor, yeah.
Yeah.
It's made for the weather.
All weather.
Uh-huh.
I would say this as well, in our conversations, we have talked about Mills and Robinson. And with both of them being in a construction phase, we wanted to put that off until that was completed and then go in and talk to them about space and the possibilities of that. And so that's, it's not that we overlooked all campuses, we just looked at the two that were ready to go for this time.
What's the total cost?
$256,000
Per location.
per location.
And it's not gonna cost the district any money?
We are not going to do it if we don't raise the funds.
And it's not staffed because it's open air, so, okay.
There's an app that people can download when they go, and they can choose a type of fitness that they want to do while they're out there, and it gives them a routine that they can use.
And you said it'd be accessible, but not on school days, correct? Like when we're in session, public is not allowed on the property? Okay.
Kind of the same rules we have with our track facilities.
That's what I was thinking, but I just want to make sure. Sure.
Because we might even use it, kids can
You can
pee.
use it for classes.
I mean, yeah, classrooms.
How long will it take to, assuming everything is approved, you guys get the funding for it, how long will it take to install all of this? And when will that be done? Probably in the summer?
Our plans are that it will be put into place in the next school year. Not this school year, not during the summer, but during the next school year. And I don't have a timeline on how long it will take to install.
Okay. Did you?
I was saying, any other questions?
Someone want to make a motion on this?
One more quick question. That's $256 per site, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I want to make a motion to approve the campaign funding venture.
Is that going to get you what you need?
Yes.
Okay.
We will be able to apply if we have permission to do that from the board.
Okay.
Venture out there for your grant program.
Okay, which is the fitness court studio. So the motion is to approve the fitness court studio venture. Okay, how about that? The
Okay.
fitness court studio in the motion. All right, I have a motion from Ms. Smith to approve. Is
I'll
there a
second.
Okay, Ms. Maynard has seconded. Any other discussions or questions?
Were we gonna say provisional to the fact that they get 100% of the funding in that motion?
Okay, Ms. Smith, do you have a problem
Do that thing.
contingent on funding?
Do that.
Okay. All right, so what are we voting on? Sylvan Hills Mall Mel Fitness Court Studio Venture contingent on funding. Hope we can sort this out later, Ms. Richards. But,
Do we need to change that to grant funding or anything, just to make sure that the district is not responsible for any of the funding? I just want to make sure that we're covered completely.
We are covered by saying, however they get the money. It just won't cost us any money.
I believe them that they're not gonna do this without, but let's throw grant in there too, Ms. Richards.
Or donation.
Donations. Grants or donations. All right, what are we voting on? Sylvan Hills High School Mall Mel Fitness Court Venture contingent on donations and grant funding.
Good.
Okay, motion by Smith, second by Maynard. Put it to a vote. All in favor? Not gonna read it again. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you, board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, we took that one out of order, but let's get back on track. Second quarter Inspiration and Education Award with Ms. Duff.
Before I get started, Ms. Herring, Ms. Blackwell is my normal photographer during this. Can you snap it here? All right, thank you so much, Board, Dr. McNulty, and all of our guests who are still here tonight. Every quarter, as you know, we do the Inspiration and Education Award. This is an award that can be for anyone in the district. They can be a teacher, they can be a school bus driver, they can be a security officer. We've had a wide range of recipients, including principals, who have received this. Like I said, it is a quarterly award, so this is our second quarter. And this particular quarter, we had 44 nominations come in and 22 nominations for one individual. So it's pretty safe to say that this person was selected as our winner based on the amazing recommendations and nominations that came in. I will not read all 22 nominations tonight, but I have selected 3 that I would like to read to you all this evening. This person makes education fun while at the same time keeps students in line. This person brings more and more ideas to our group when we need them. This person is one of the most helpful individuals that I have met and brings so much energy and joy into our classroom each day. The nominee that I've selected has been an inspiration to me and others by pushing me and several others to become better and better every day, even when things look uncertain. This nominee has exemplified leadership, mentoring, dedication, excellence, and effectiveness by helping others and leading them to success day by day. I'm going to pause there to let you know that of these 22, 19 of them were from students, and I think that says a whole lot, and those are 2 student nominations. And this third is also a student. This person has been a positive influence on everyone this person meets. This person is always friendly, whether or not you are even one of this person's students. This person has inspired me to be a better version of myself and has supported me the whole way there. This person makes other students like me feel like they belong and that they are good enough. So it is my honor and excitement to please welcome Daniel Cooper up to the front as our second quarter Inspiration and Education winner. All right, so come on up here. So he was tricked by his principal and by Mr. Light to be here to talk about facilities at Robinson. So he was at Mills and is now at Robinson, so it was only
I do
fitting.
have a few words to say.
And, so I'll give the board and Dr. McNulty a chance to say anything about Mr. Cooper.
I don't think I've ever had so many students compliment your professionalism and your caring and your dedication to their outcomes. It was a no-brainer. Thank you for everything you do.
For them.
I don't know you, but I'm very pleased this evening to hear that 22 students, teenagers, took their time, their personal time, to do something that didn't benefit them. I think is incredible. So congratulations. You should be very proud.
And another exciting part is that while this is not the real thing, but you will get an additional $250 on your next paycheck. I just have to email payroll and tell them to do it. So this is yours, and then we'll step outside in a minute. We'll do some like legit photos. But and I have printed off without the notes all 22, so you can take home tonight. So congratulations, Daniel.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Cooper. Our next item on the agenda are financial updates with Ms. Rowlett.
Good evening, Dr. McNulty and board. You have the packet in front of you, and I just put it together a little differently just to welcome our new board member. The first page that you all have is our certified report that we get after we send the cycle in. So this just showed you what our actual numbers were for our legal funds, which are funds 1, 2, and 4. Fund 1 is the teacher salaries fund, Fund 2 is operating, and Fund 4 is the debt service funds. And those are the funds that the State Department looks at to determine the district's financial health, okay? So as you can see, I have highlighted that this year we have projected a legal fund ending balance of $16,235. So this report, it shows the total legal fund. It doesn't show the categorical funds, because what we have to do, if you flip over to the next page, we have to deduct our categorical funds out of there to get what they call the net legal fund balance. So if you look on line 87A, I think I highlighted it for you, you can see for the 24-25 school year that before we deduct out the categorical funds, it's the $16 million. We are projecting that we may have $555,000 left in our categorical funds, and what they are, the categorical funds are your ALE fund, your ESSA, and your PD fund, and your ELL. That's for your language. So those funds are somewhat restrictive, so they take whatever your balance that you have left in those funds, and they give you what we call the net legal funds. And we have projected a net legal funds for this year of $15,679,000. So you can compare the two together, just so that you kind of get an idea. That's what we always look at. When I do the board report, it's just those three funds, okay? So the third page is the normal board report that I do. And you can see we had a beginning balance, and that's all the funds, including the categorical funds. We had a beginning balance of $872,694. Our current month revenues were $48,691,961. Current month expenditures, $11,848,505. Ending legal balance, $37,716,000. And right now, well, at the end of period 5, which was November, we have 13 periods. Our categorical fund balance in November was $778,000 for a net legal fund balance of $36,937,000. And if you go down to the, and the little chart on the right just shows how the percentage, like if you add the teacher salary funds, the benefit funds, and the classified salary, that's about 77% of our budget right now that we have expended on salaries and benefits. And transportation is 1%, debt service is 7%, and maintenance and operation is 8%, and other operations is 7%. And then the next section, you'll see the teacher salary funds. It gives you the year-to-date for each one of those categories. Teacher salary funds, year-to-date is $23,144,000, classified salary $11 million, benefits $9 million, maintenance and operation $4.9 million, and so on. I won't read all of those, but we have expended so far 35% of our budgeted expenditures. So if you go down, the next category is going to be your revenues. As you can see, how much we have budget for each category, our taxes, local revenue, and that sort of thing. So our total budgeted revenues is $169, and you can see we have received 47% of our taxes, of our overall revenue, I'm sorry. And our current year-to-date taxes that we have received, $69,231,000. If you look at that compared to last year, this time, we're up 8.5% in our taxes. All revenue, we're up 6.8%. And the next balance over to the right, that's our current food service balance, is $2,266,000. Any questions?
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
the 48 billion that we got in revenues, assuming is from our taxes that were due, the property taxes that were due the middle of October, is that correct?
Yeah, and we received them, yes, in November.
Okay,
Yes.
so we got 48,
47 in taxes, 47.4 in taxes, yes, ma'am.
do you know how much we were projecting that we were gonna get? Like, how close is our actual collection to what we anticipated we were gonna get?
For this point in time,
Yeah.
because I don't do it on a month
Gotcha,
this time,
okay.
but it's because last year this time was about 42 million.
Okay.
So I don't do a projection on month to month. I just, I just look at it and say, okay, last year we did 42. We're up 7% overall compared to month, so it's about in line with last year.
So can we expect that the tax check that we get in the spring is also gonna be up around 6 to 8%?
We'll have to look at the collections in between time.
Okay.
But overall, because our assessed value was up 7%, so 7 to 8%, so I would say yes.
Okay.
That's not definite, it depends on how people pay their taxes, but it should be up significantly.
And let me add to that, we're gonna be adding then right now we're on the 23 tax collection for this year, right now.
Yes.
In January, we'll be on the 24 tax collection, which adds about $2 million to what we see as increased revenue. And then I think the other piece that's really good, because we've created static, the original budget, if you look over at the budget, both expenditures and revenues, what I like to see is, we're 41% through the year regarding our fiscal year. And so our expenditures are at 35%, which is under where you might predict. And we are at 47% revenue, which is over what we might predict. Now, we still don't know the collection rate, and we're working on that with the Treasury.
Yeah, normally you get your collection rate at the end of the year.
Yeah.
They can say.
We're
they
trying to
compare
get that ahead of time, because that's a big factor on our predictive, But, so, it's nice to see the 37, and it's nice to see the 48 when we're 41% through the year.
Our big check, though, comes in the spring, right? Because that is, am I right on that? Because that's when we get the mortgage payment from the collection from
Yeah.
mortgages, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
And then again, we get that increase for the 24, because we're still working on 23.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Is that normal balance for food service, or is that high?
That's about normal. We've been able to have a positive legal, balance in food service ever since we got Chartwell. So it's about normal. And, Regina has been out sick, but she is working on the C, but this is not gonna affect, Fund 8. She's working to see what our, lunch debt would be, and how much we'll be able to put on the balance sheet, and how much we'll have to actually write off. But it will not affect Fund 8. It will affect our operating fund, because you cannot, pay bad debt out of Fund 8. Okay?
Thank you for breaking it down for me.
All right. Any other questions? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rowlett.
Mr. Delaney, since Dr. Farr has to go, may I get a picture of him and his student?
Oh, yeah.
Real quick? Thank you.
I was wondering why he was still here.
He's very proud and didn't want to leave without taking a photo with her.
Do we want Wendy over there too?
Wendy and Eli both need to be in the picture.
We're good.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have construction updates with not Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. McNulty. I'm here to substitute for Mr. Johnson while he's out of town. He has big shoes to fill, and so I brought reinforcements. I brought Russ for WER, who is our architect for Robinson High School, and Brad Chilko for Mills.
All right. Thank you, Board, for just a little update on where we're at in the process for Robinson. We have completed the baseball, softball restrooms. They are at the agency reviews. We've gotten the Department of Health approval, still waiting on Department of Education approval. And the contractor is packaging that one up to have it ready to bid as soon as we get those approvals. On the high school classroom addition, we have completed design development drawings for that and given them to the contractor for pricing. And I believe that pricing will be back at the beginning of January. So that's where we're at. Any questions?
What about Harris?
So we're putting together some options for Harris on different ways that we can use those funds. We're having to meet with the local fire marshal, so a question about the safe room. This is a little bit of a gray area in the state now that we have the requirement to provide a safe room if you do new construction. This is a renovation, so technically we wouldn't necessarily have to provide the safe room, but the local jurisdiction still has to weigh in on that.
What is their local jurisdiction, Pulaski County?
It'll probably go to the state fire marshal.
Okay, all right, yeah. So when you said the pricing for Robinson High would come back in January, is that essentially the bid for the entire project would be done in January?
It's not the official bid, it's our design development pricing.
Oh, it's your stress
basically,
test or whatever, where you're checking to see.
That's right.
If your sanity test, essentially, if what you thought it was gonna cost is reasonable enough to proceed,
That's
essentially.
right, and if we need to make any adjustments, then we will.
Okay, and then with the bathrooms at Robinson, the baseball, softball bathrooms, did that design end up changing once it went into into your office? Did you have to make any changes to it in any way?
Nope.
Were there any surprises or anything that you think would change our understanding of it as we sent it out, or hope anyway?
Not that I believe so.
Okay, all right. Did you do any pricing stress testing on that?
We did, we had the contractor just give us a rough idea, and so far, we think we're fine.
It fit your understanding of
Yes.
where it should be?
Yes.
Okay,
Hopefully, we'll be under that number.
okay, yeah. Other questions for WER? In your portfolio, you have Harris, Robinson, and you did the band room, but that's done, right?
Correct.
There weren't any other schools that you had outstanding, right?
Correct.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Mr. President, Dr. McNulty, guest. Brad Chilcote with WD&D Architects. I'm reporting on Mills High School. Kinco Constructors is the construction manager for the district. The project is on time and still continues on budget. It's scheduled to be completed and in use in August 2025. If you hadn't had a chance to look at it when you came by, the roof is on, it's in the dry, brick is completed, windows have started, ductwork and interior plumbing and electrical rough-in has started too. We're making great progress in moving on the project. On the arena and the ROTC facility, it's still scheduled to be finished at the end of 2025. I don't have the exact date, but it's still on schedule. They're completing the installation of steel in the upper seating of the arena and the upper tier. They're continuing concrete block installation, and they're beginning to rough in electrical and plumbing. At the softball field, they will be finished at the end of the month. All the artificial turf and the sod is complete. The dugouts are complete. The seating is complete. The concession and toilet building is finishing up with some touch-up and sealing. The back net and fencing on the field will be installed next week, and then they'll just be touch-up.
Okay.
I do not have photos or anything, but y'all can just look outside. Do you have any questions?
On Mills?
Yes,
right?
sir.
So you said end 2025, but you didn't have a date. When you say end, does end in your mind mean September to December, or what?
I believe the schedule is into December in 2025.
Right.
It is still on schedule, I don't have.
Okay.
I don't have the contract date with me, I apologize. They are not seeing any delays.
Okay. All right. College Station?
College Station, right now, we have, the repair drawings are at, Metro Disaster being priced for the weather damage that happened on the east wing. We're waiting for return of that pricing. We've submitted to the state for final, just for administrative reasons, we've submitted the drawings to the state for their review. We're waiting for that pricing to come back for that repair. And I'm assuming that's gonna tell us what our next step is at College Station, depending on how that comes back from the insurance company.
Okay, but what we're talking about now is just, had to be involved in the design process to figure out, because they're going through a whole thing where they're figuring out how much it would cost to restore that building.
Yes, sir, we have a
And
complete
so
set of
architects were involved in that.
Yes, sir.
And so that piece is what you're talking about right now.
Yes,
that
sir, I
piece.
apologize,
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
the east wing repair has been completed through through city review, state fire marshal review, and Metro Disaster is pricing that, yes, sir,
Okay.
very clear.
And have you started cracking into the entire project itself?
We
College
have not,
Station,
I think
since then?
that dollar
Okay.
amount is really gonna
Right.
make a difference in what happens.
Okay, all right, but when you were here before, I mean March of 2023, you essentially told us that the original budget for College Station really couldn't support anything that was intended.
Substantial.
Essentially, it would not be a good use of money it wouldn't produce anything that anyone would think would be substantial. Like, it needed more money, right, to be able to accomplish what.
Unfortunately, yes,
Yeah.
it was more of a paint up or
Yeah.
fix little things, nothing significant for academic reasons, and anything you do is better, but on a 50-year-old building, if you're not making significant, you're just continuing the process of not getting better.
So when you receive more clarity from the district on what's gonna be for that project and what happens with the east side,
Yes, sir,
then you'll start
yes.
really getting into it again and
That
looking at
could
it.
be a significant amount of money, so it just makes sense, so let's see what we got.
We're talking, when you say a significant amount of money, you mean what's coming to us from the east wing?
Hopefully, yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not an insurance agent.
Yeah,
so-
well, no, okay, I understand.
Now, the other projects, if you care, we've worked on Maumelle, obviously Mills, College Station, and we are part of the initial study at Baker.
Yeah, but
And
Baker is.
that one's on hold.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So but I just wanted to get a sense of where you were on College Station specifically, and
It has taken a long time with the city of Little Rock to review it.
Okay. All right. Other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Before I sit down, do you have any questions for me? I have the easy job tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lynch. All right. We're back to action items, old business. First item, PPC classified salary proposal with Dr. Williams.
Good evening, Board. At the last board meeting, this information in part was provided just as a informational piece. And so it's now been added as the board agenda that you have today. It's part of a phased-in approach of addressing salary concerns at the classified level. We heard from persons this evening regarding various departments, and we do understand that that is something we need to address across the board. You know, the ideal situation would be to be able to safely and to fiscally be able to move everyone at one time, but we just aren't in that position, and so we are looking at a phased approach of doing that. And so in that first, some of the first areas that have been presented are in this proposal tonight. As you have before you, security officers, special ed, and 504 paraeducators. There are other subsets that we are looking at. Those aren't the only ones, but those are the ones presented tonight. And doing a step change, not a range change, but a step change for the first three areas under bus drivers, professional bus drivers, excuse me. And then we have a last piece that came through at the last PPC meeting that we were asked to join with this regarding our cafeteria workers. When we became joined with Chartwell, we had about 33, it may have been more at that time, but at current point, we have 33 members of that team who are still under Pulaski County Special School District. And so those are paid out of Fund 8, and there was a proposal to look at an adjustment there for them. I do want to note that once these persons resign or retire out of our district, these are positions we won't have any further because all, ongoing hires are done through Chartwells. And so at the end of that document, you will see the approximate cost. Of course, everybody's benefits will kind of phase out, but that's an overall amount based on the current salaries and what they would look like, with the remainder of this year. This is just to cover from January 1 forward. Of course, next year there will be a deviation because if they are eligible for a step, they may be at the end of their steps. But if they're eligible for a step, it'll be a shift, so the cost will shift. And of course, if people resign or retire, but that's an approximate amount.
Okay. Questions for Dr. Williams about the proposal?
I wanted to know, how did you all come to a decision on what positions that was gonna go first?
Okay, so what we did was we looked at areas, and I'll say for the first part with the security was the safe and secure environment of our buildings. With the number of incidents across the country, the number of incidents of behavioral incidents and things of that nature in school, and just the overall management of making sure that the buildings are safe and secure. That was one that we wanted to, that was proposed on the first end, because we had such a large number of open positions in our buildings. And so the second piece, with the paraeducators, and specifically those, And again, as I said, there are others. There's another small subset that we hope to pull in very soon. Those were picked, again, for safety reasons. Those particular classrooms that hold students with some of those special or more needs that have more needs that are requiring more supervision, more input in terms of making sure they're safe and keeping other students as well as the teachers in the classroom safe. Having those persons and having issues with getting those positions filled as well. Same with bus drivers. The bus drivers was kind of different because in looking at where we were in comparison, our bus drivers get paid really well past step 7, exceeding other districts, but it was those first 6 steps where we were falling short, and it was the same type of situation. When Mr. Chesterfield was here earlier, he mentioned how we have to double routes and sometimes triple routes, students getting home later. And so part of that is because we don't have enough bus drivers. And so it's trying to give more of an incentive to get more people to not only apply for our jobs, but accept the offers. The issue comes that when they do apply, once they get the pay that it would be based on their level of experience, we often lose people. So those were the first ones. Our goal once we are clear that we're fiscally able to move, some more, our goal is to look at clerical and custodial workers next.
And about, what's the time period?
Well, that really just kind of depends on our fiscal state. So once we know where we are in the budget-wise and whether we have the funds to be able to not only give that change but sustain it, it would be my desire to say, in the spring, be able to look at some more again. And again, that would just depend on what we are able to do fiscally without putting ourselves in a situation where we may put ourselves in danger of being sound.
So what do we tell our registers?
What has the conversation with
No,
them
I
been?
mean, I've received a lot of emails.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what do we tell them as far as why and how they didn't make this cut?
Well, and that's kind of the same conversation I've had here with you. And I've spoken with several and had email conversations. I did some calls with some today. And it's not for cause of not saying that they aren't worthy. All of our employees are worthy to be able to move in this position, but we were looking at areas where we wanted to make sure that we were providing a safe and secure environment. Not to say that they don't assist in that process, but at this point we were looking at these areas in terms of specifically the first 2. The bus drivers, of course, is dealing with, making sure our students are able to get to our schools safely and timely.
So this cost is for what time frame?
This cost is dealing with from January 1 through the end of this school year. So at that point, then it would essence double for next year because this is only dealing with a semester.
Okay.
And it kind of goes back to my quick discussion. I mean, the trends look good, but we need to know the collection rates. And once we know the collection rates, then that can accelerate our movement on the registers and the custodians. We're anticipating 97.4. If we find out it's higher, then that gives us a lot more room to act.
And so right now you feel comfortable with this?
Well, I don't have the collection rate, which is always going to be in the back of my mind, but the trend looks good. We are at 41% of the year, and we still have 34% expenditures, and the revenues are at 48%. That's a good sign.
But we don't look at the collection rate. We don't base our decision on none of that when we feel like some of our admin professionals here in the building, if you feel like they're being overworked or whatever, to give them raise, we never say, well, let me check our collection rates. So why are we doing that?
Because that changed this year. Because last year we were still receiving state aid at limited amount we would get per student. This year, because we're no longer getting state funds, what we collect is what we can spend. And that was why the conversation on we took a 5-year trend on what we're collecting from the state on a fiscal year, and that ended up being 97.4, which is a very solid trend. There have been times we have collected 96, which may be $1 to $2 million less than we expect. And there are times we've collected 98.6, and that's been $1 or $2 million that we didn't expect. And it's just a different fiscal time for this district, and we're one of 7 or 8 districts with that issue. The minute we get the collection rate, then it allows us to have either more freedom or more constriction based on our budget.
So if my math was right on the state funding, the loss of foundation funding, if my math was right, we should be 4.6 million over what the state requires us to have, which is the reason that we weren't getting the funding.
Well, I would probably look at it more per student. So if our math is right,
$400 a student.
yeah, our math is right, it should be 8176.
Yes.
And if our math is better than we expect, then that raises the per student to, probably 80, 82, 83. And that's that would really give us a lot more comfort going in to the remainder of the year.
Do y'all have an estimate of what you would want to do for the registrars, what that would total out?
I've been working on that. My struggle, and just to be frank with you, and if you've had an opportunity to look at our pay scale, there's a sizable change with that. Those positions are on our lower end of the salary scale, and so trying to figure out how far, where to move. It's because they are, if our goal is $15, if we're looking at a position that's at 12 or at 11, that's a sizable, and that's at the top end. So what I've been doing is looking at where our people are falling currently, like if most of our employees are, say, 15 years in and down, and seeing what those gaps are across. So I'm working at that. It's just taking some time because of, one, there's several different positions, but registrars, it would be several $100,000.
Okay. Is there any chance that Chartwells would hire the 33 that we have?
Well,
or is that a
those
possibility?
persons chose to stay with the county.
Okay.
When we did the transition, there was the opportunity to choose to stay with the district because of our benefits and their vested interest in our district. Many have been here and are in our retirement through the state, and the benefits on the Chartwell side are slightly different. And so for their personal reasons, they chose to stay with our district side. And so that's kind of how they ended up on this side. But again, you're dealing with, you don't know how long people want to choose to work. And so they're in various stages of their time with our district. So it may be some who may, retire out or resign out in the next 5 years, or it may be 15 years for some. It just kind of depends on what their life dictates.
Do you have a comparison of where, if we were to approve these tonight, where we would be in comparison to other districts. So like our ranking among other,
Yes, I think, I don't know, I don't have that document with me, but Mr. Delaney created a document, I think that he shared,
okay, so
that has it, but it doesn't have, like, this figure in it. Now, I could reconfigure it and add this column in with these amounts, so you could see it side by side, but I don't have that with me today. But that's something that I could produce and have to you, by the end of the week, if not tomorrow.
I move that we approve the salary proposal for the classified that Dr. Williams has proposed.
Okay, so Dr. Tate has moved to adopt the classified salary proposal we received from PPC.
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. Other discussion or questions?
just a quick question. I just want to make sure that you, Dr. McNulty, think that based on the financial position that we're in right now and projected additional revenue, that this is an affordable proposal, being that right now it looks like it's gonna be around $625,000 for all of them with salary and benefits, and then next year it'll be double that.
Correct. And I'm going to provide an uncomfortable answer is I was looking for that collection rate. To me, that really would send the trends. Kind of holiday, I like that. The trends look good as you look at where we are in November, but I would feel comfortable with knowing our collection rate. Is it 97? Is it 96? Is it 98? And what I was going to do after this meeting, and we've been trying to get that collection rate, so it hasn't been we haven't tried. It's just that right now the county treasurer hasn't been able to give us that. They've been giving us that, we're 8.5% ahead of where we were last year. And that's good then versus 8.5% below. So we are getting more taxes in. Right now, I think it's a calculated risk with intention, but it's not a guarantee. Once we see the collection rate from Ms. Roulette, from the county treasurer, then you will get looks good, especially if we're above the 97.4.
So are you saying that you would feel more comfortable if we waited another month on this?
I'm saying that it's a calculated risk of moving forward, and I weigh on the side of moving forward because I see 34% expenditures right now in November where it should be 41, and I see revenues at 48. And we know that spring is going to be a bigger tax collection because it's also going to add the assessed value of the 24 year because we're still working on 23.
So as we sit here today, your recommendation then is still that we approve this?
Is a recommendation knowing that a couple pieces of information would be helpful where I'm going to sleep much better, but we want to go forward and once we get that, we want to take a look at, again, our registrars and our custodians. And if the collection rate looks good, then that's more comfortable for us to move forward.
I'd feel more comfortable tabling it till January.
Because of what? The what the?
The percentage and the
Okay.
money we're putting ourselves in permanently.
Okay, just, you can table it, but let's continue the discussion, and I'm going to give you a chance to make that motion if you want. So we have a motion and a second on this. It can be tabled, but did you complete your inquiry with Dr. McNulty?
I'm looking at the agenda, it says, let me get down to the item. I thought there was a recommendation to approve. And I just want to make sure that I'm completely clear that you think this is affordable. We're not going to come back in like 3 months and have to tell these people nobody else gets raises because we thought our collection rate was going to be higher and it's not. I don't know how comfortable I am with doing this if you're not completely solid.
And again, I was hoping by now to get the collection rate, because you saw we got our big money in, and we just haven't got that yet. I'm just being straight up. I don't want to delude you. I think the trends look good, and so I'm recommending it, but I'm going to recommend it with, I would have 100% certainty with a collection rate, and we knew the collection rate, because we're still in that fiscal year, right? This is the first part of the fiscal year, and we know that we're going to get a bigger collection in spring, but I don't have that collection rate. So I will recommend moving forward, but it would be making me more comfortable if we knew the collection rate. That's all I can give you.
Okay, that's fine. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that your recommendation is to move forward as opposed to waiting until January.
Right.
Would you feel more comfortable waiting until January?
I think that our professional staff are working hard, and that this would be a reasonable, intentional, calculated risk, that this is the right thing to do at this time.
Thank you.
So your recommendation is that the board approve this?
Yeah, that is what I've said, but I'm also saying that the final piece would have been nice to know the collection rate. So, I mean, you're not gonna get any, I wish I could tell you, yeah, I'm really 100, I really wanted the collection rate prior to this, and that's why we pushed it back. But our trends look good.
All right. Others? Did you, okay, so we've got a motion and a second on this. Ms. Maynard wanted to table. Do you want to table it, Ms. Maynard?
I do want to table it.
So you're making a motion to table it. Is there a second to table? I'll second to table. Okay, so.
Can I ask another question before we do anything else?
You can.
Okay. So, in this discussion, and the reluctance that the finances may not be there as the presumption is that they would, right? So my question would be, if the funds were there, and you said it could take a couple of $100,000 or a few $100,000 to do the registrar as well,
No.
Can we
I
add
said
that on this-
several. I want to be clear, I
Several?
said several $100,000.
well, that's what I was, is it
Yeah, that's more than
couple,
two.
few?
Like,
Several is
Yes.
up over 5 in my head. I don't know, several, it's over 5. Okay.
It just depends, because we.
Different
it's
years,
several of
different
them,
salary
first
schedule.
of all.
Sure.
And then, when you, it depends on, where we place them, so it just, I can't tell you like right now. But I can tell you that there's so much variance that it will be a deeper cut.
It doesn't seem fair to hold these people that are now making less than the norm in Arkansas to what other people may or may not be making later on. That doesn't seem reasonable to me.
Like I said at the beginning, my hope is that our collection rate is amazing and we're able to, pull in some more people. But, we have to, as I've shared with every registrar I've spoken to or emailed, and other departments as well. I talked to food and nutrition, several departments. I would love to make a move for everybody. I just know that's not a fiscally sound approach to doing this. And to move in phases would be the best way. That's just
Right.
like me, being at home knowing I have $500 in my bank account, but go and buy a $1,500 bag and knowing that it's going to, So I know that right now, based on, as Dr. McNulty said, the trends and the discussions that we've had, that this was a recommendation that we felt comfortable with, knowing that our goal is to pull in custodians and clerical staff next.
So would it be, it would be fair to say that if the numbers are what they believe, and maybe even a little better, that we could early spring see the option to come back and you bring us a proposal for a salary increase in those positions?
For something, yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's totally something that we could do.
I mean, and that, to be honest, that's the plan, is to, once we kind of see where we are, you know, to be able to address others, because we know the need is there. It's not lost on us that the need is there.
Right.
You know, when I took this position, that was one of the conversations that Dr. McNulty and I have had throughout is, you know, working on this, but we still have to do it in a manner where we're not, you know, creating havoc in the district.
Thank you.
So, thank you for doing it like that. And I'm not, by not addressing the registrar issue for me right now, I agree that they all need to be paid more. I bet across the board, everybody in the district needs to be paid more. But tonight, we're not talking about them in this proposal.
Not in this specific one.
Correct.
That
So
would be the next.
for me, we're focused on this problem right now, the lack of security in the building, the lack of bus drivers. Like, I know everybody in my neighborhood, their kids about once or twice a week get home an hour to an hour and a half late because they're on what's called a return. And for those that don't know what a return is, that means that your bus isn't working today. And so the route that normally runs for a different bus, a different group of kids, runs their route, and then they go back to school while your children sit there for an extra hour. Then they get picked up, then they get dropped off at home, which causes all kinds of problems for everybody. And the kids don't like it, nor should they. But tonight, we're talking about these people, and that's to talk about other stuff, although we need to do it, is like saying, my neighbor's house is on fire, and going over and tapping the fireman on the shoulder and saying, what about my house? My house might catch on fire too. But your house isn't on fire right now. So these people, I can tell you from being in the buildings, and I don't know how many of you spend time in the buildings, the security staff is seriously depleted and seriously overworked. And the bus drivers, my daughter feels the effect of a lack of bus drivers. I think that if we table and we wait when we're looking at money in as opposed to money out right now, and the trend that it has been going up for the last few years, I'm comfortable going forward and doing this and securing the people that we still have before they take a 2.5-week break over Christmas and start looking for other jobs. So that also, I think, promotes to people that aren't getting raises right now that we are serious about it, we are concerned, and we will be looking into it.
If it was approved at the January 14th meeting, would it be possible to start it on February 1st?
I can't really speak for the business office. I think they would make whatever we needed to make happen. They're good about, you know, trying to make sure we do right by our people. So I think if we ask them to do that, they would do what they could to make that happen.
You know, and I think, you know, as I said, I want to be clear. I'm for moving forward. I'm just trying to provide you with information that I understand at the moment. If we did the January, I would also recommend that because we intend January 1 anyway, right? If we did January, I would prefer to backdate it to January 1, so that we finish our commitment to our security, to our special ed paraeducators, and to our bus drivers.
I've seen us gamble on very far less things of importance. So, I'm all for, let's do it now.
Anyone else? Okay, so what we're gonna take a vote on right now is whether or not to table or postpone it till January or whenever, just not tonight. That needs to be disposed of first. That has a motion and a second. If it passes, we would not take up this proposal and finish voting on it tonight. If it passes, if this motion passes. If not, we would go back to the regular one and pass it or not pass it. So, the motion is to postpone a decision tonight. All in favor of postponing a decision tonight, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against postponing?
Aye.
Okay, so I've got that 5-2 with me and Ms. Maynard is yes, and everyone else no. So we will not postpone it tonight, which will put us back to the original motion, which is to approve the proposal. That has a motion and a second. We dispensed with the postponing. There will be no postponing. So we need a decision on this. Any last words before we vote on this? Okay. The motion is to approve the proposal as it's presented. It has security guards, bus drivers, sped paras, and cafeteria workers, right, Dr. Williams?
And 504.
And sped para / 504s. Okay, so those four categories in this proposal as written that was on our agenda in a timely fashion. All in favor of that proposal, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, that is 6-1 with Ms. Maynard as the only no. All right. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Next, so that's clear, that passed. If you wanted that proposal, that is done. All that stuff that happened, it ended up passing. It's going to be implemented. As it was, no changes. Okay, next, to AVID contract renewal with Dr. Warren.
All right, good evening, board. It's always a pleasure for me to come before you, and I feel like what I'm talking about tonight, I don't need to say a word. And by the way, I didn't pay any of those people you heard from tonight, but that parent who talked to you about what AVID has done for her child almost put me to tears. To have a confession like that, to talk about what school is doing for her child. Also, to hear from a former student who went through AVID and now as a professional, talk about what those strategies, what those skills did for her. That was heartwarming. And that's all I want to say about that, because I think it's spoken for itself. When I look back at the agenda, I look back at the last few board meetings, every principle that Dr. Whitfield brought before you, Pine Forest got up here and talked about how they became a blue ribbon school. They became a blue ribbon school, according to her presentation, was because she has implemented AVID strategies. She put the 4 domains up there in front of you. The month before, Dr. Whitfield brought schools on the move before you. Every one of them came up here and talked to you about being able to make those improvements based on what AVID had done for their teachers. And this is about the teachers first, because AVID is about providing professional development for teachers to provide to students. I recommended to you to renew the contract. It's time for the contract renewal. I always recommend doing a multi-year contract renewal because I like to lock the rate in at what it is currently, because just like everything else, year after year, the cost goes up. So whatever the current rate in, I like to lock that rate in. AVID has always given us a discount because we are the model school district for them in the state of Arkansas. Dr. Bale was on the agenda with me. He could not be here. He's out of town at a conference. And that's because you heard Ms. Roulette talk to you about restricted funds. Restricted funds are those federal funds that they can only be used for certain things. Those are the funds that we use to pay for AVID, that will pay for this contract. Title I and ESSER. Those are funds that are designated by the federal government, the state of Arkansas, for professional development only. No AVID funds come from our operating budget. I've said that to you several times, but Ms. Maynard, welcome aboard. I hadn't said that with you in the seat, and I just wanted to make sure that I reiterated to each of you. So understand, restricted funds are the funds that pay for AVID. Are there any specific questions that y'all needed me to answer about the contract? I know I just went on, but are there specific questions?
Are the conferences and things, the training that they leave the district to do, is that included in the total cost that we're seeing here? The
No.
$100,000 a year?
No. the conferences that we go to is still paid out of, that federal money, but that is not included, like the individuals that we send, because each school sends a minimum of 5 persons based on what their Title I or their ESSER budget may be. And the schools determine how many they send based on how much federal dollars that school is designated. So that varies from school to school. But again, it's restricted funds for professional development only that they use and not operating.
So it can be used for any PD, not just AVID?
No, but AVID is the only PD that we provide as a district K through 12 where all teachers are involved and have the opportunity to participate in, and we encourage them strongly for participation.
Other?
What data do you have on, like, what percentage of our kids go to college now versus we started this in 2018? Is that right?
18, oh, I'm glad you asked. I don't have that specific data, but I do have some data about our AP enrollment, the increases that we have based on AVID. If you look at that first year, in the 18-19 school year, that was pre-AVID. That was pre-AVID. Then 19-20, COVID hit. Then 21 and 22, we were in the midst of hybrid of COVID. Some of us came to school, some kids were still virtual. Then in 21, 22 is when we returned. But what I want you to notice, our AP enrollment increased from before AVID. We had 1,231 students in AP courses, and these are high school. Pre-AP is in the middle school. This is strictly high school.
These are the 22, 23, 24 graduation rates.
Look at you, okay. So you see what the enrollment is in our AP courses, and that's where a lot of the students get part of their funding. At Maumelle High School, we had, this is 23, 24 seniors. There were 35 students who were in AVID, who were seniors at Maumelle High. 100% of those students had been accepted to college. At Mills High, there were 14 seniors in AVID. 100% had been accepted to a college or university. At Robinson High, there were 15 seniors. 95% had been accepted to colleges or universities or careers. I need to add that too. Technical and military is part of this too, because that AVID is about colleges and careers, which is what the state of Arkansas, our focus is now. College and career focus. Everything we do. When you're hearing about the academies, that's college and career focus. At Sylvan Hills High, there were 41 seniors who graduated. 100% from AVID, 100% of them were accepted. Thank you, Doug.
I guess my question was, maybe I'm mistaken, but AVID's goal is to increase the number of kids we have that go to college, correct?
Absolutely.
So do we have data on what percentage as a district went to college before we started AVID, and what percentage go to college now?
I don't think I have a percentage of prior to AVID. I don't have that percentage. Now, what I do have prior to AVID are the amount of our scholarships that we receive, but as far as I didn't keep up with data before AVID of how many students, but that might be something that high school counselors could give me, I don't know. But I didn't keep up how many went before. I just know that based on the numbers that we have, the ones who you just heard, they were not going to college prior to being in AVID. They did not have a career focus. They didn't become an EMT or getting ready to take the test to become a paramedic.
To me, I guess the scholarship amount, I don't know if they would have gotten that with or without AVID, but to show an increase in the number of kids going to college in the district would show me that AVID is doing what I think its intention is. Is that not the intention, to have more kids going to college?
It is, absolutely. And to increase overall academic college and careers. Keep that in mind, because a lot of them get to the technical college, they get those scholarships, and several of them have been military.
But we have the academies now as well, so if we were gonna collect data, we would have to collect data prior to AVID. AVID,
on
and
academies.
then AVID with academies, because it might be the academies that's causing that and not AVID.
Well, we're collecting the AVID data.
I mean, one piece of the academies, and I know Ms. Herring can do a better job than I'm going to do, is that we also have Career Six plans starting in 6th grade. And so one of the conversations I've had with, our 6th Academy partners is they also look for soft skills, not just the hard skills like welding or biomed. And our discussions have been around, well, AVID is a K-12 that focuses on writing, organization, reading, inquiry.
Yes.
And I think that's a key piece of what a lot of employers are looking for. So it is a pipeline of growth where our students are getting those skills through AVID in a K-8, and those student success plans, which start in 6th grade, are a key factor of developing those skills. And then at the high school level, then we start the pathways. And we have 13 pathways, and we have 6 academic partners. So the students are able to really branch out and see themselves. I think, the other piece is, performance outcomes are never one thing. It's like in medicine. You may have a symptom in a particular body part, but it's the whole person that we work on. Like with the preventive medicine, we work on the diet, we work on some risk behaviors, but we also work on a disposition towards owning one's health. And what we've seen in AVID, I can talk about Sylvan Hills Middle, and I see Mr. Hutchins there. If you were to talk about your 6th and 7th grade AVID performance on just the honor roll and the achievement, these are students who would have been were in the D and B range, and now are your 6th and 7th grade.
We've got over 250 kids involved in AVID.
Can you come up to the mic, Mr. Hudgens?
Where's my box?
We did have an upgrade in the carpet, but we will respond to that lack of box by the next board.
Well, what he just said was, he has more than 250 students enrolled at AVID at Sylvan Hills Middle. And what I want to add to that, all of those speakers that you heard from tonight came from his feeder. They had either been at Sylvan Hills Middle, Sylvan Hills High School. So, and the young lady who talked about being an EMT now started with him.
All right, so I didn't pay him to come, but I did ask him to come. Because I'm more heavily invested in this than anybody in the district.
You're the largest.
Yes. It works for my kids. I've got over 250 kids enrolled in AVID. Approximately 80% of those are at a 2.75 or better. Most of those are at 3-point or better. We don't cherry pick kids. So when my coordinator, Ms. Hahn, recruits in the spring, we recruit per AVID's mission, which is to close gaps. So we don't pick the straight A kids from Oak Brook Elementary.
Nope.
They apply, we interview kids. Our current kids interview prospective kids.
That's right.
And we take a mix of kids. Some of them are N students at Oak Brook, but some of them are DNF students at Harris. We take all comers and we get results. Now, she talks about the restricted funds. Restricted funds give principals the opportunity to address PD needs, as we see for our building. I've been doing this 39 years. AVID's the best PD I've ever been involved with. It gives us, as a building, a foundation to hang our hat on.
Yep.
All my teachers speak the same language. All my kids speak the same language. When you go from this hallway to the next hallway to the next hallway, all the teachers speak the same language. So we don't have to learn different ways of doing things. It's successful for us. I can't tell you it's successful at other places. I know what it's doing for us.
So, to just speak on what it's doing for Sylvan Hills Middle,
Yes, sir.
since the introduction of AVID, has your school's letter grade changed?
We had gone from D to C pre-COVID. Since COVID, I don't know that there's been a valid test, to be honest with you.
True.
I think if COVID doesn't hit, I think we're a B easily. COVID threw a curveball in everything. With the Atlas test, that's kind of a crapshoot right now, to be honest with you. We don't know enough about it. It's always, Dr. McNulty can tell you some more about testing numbers. I can get deep into numbers real fast. But anytime you implement a new test, there's usually a drop. And then people get accustomed to the test and the scores start to rise again. And then the state changes the contract because somebody's got to justify their job at the Department of Ed. I've watched it for 39 years. Anytime you institute a new test, the scores drop. I don't know that mine will be that great this year. I hope they are. I think they'll be better next year because we know the test better now, and we'll do a better job with it. I think we do a better job in the building. I've been there 8 years. It's a better instructional environment now than it was 8 years ago. Our discipline is down, significantly down. It's down almost to that year coming out of COVID numbers, and those were ridiculously low because a lot of kids stayed home. They were artificially low because a lot of kids stayed home. But we were fully staffed. So in my case in particular, I had a staff for 1,200 kids, but I only had 800 in the building. Now, you've been in the building as a security officer. If you've got enough staff, you can control behavior. Our behaviors get escalated because we get short-staffed. That year, they were artificially lowered because we were all fully staffed, but we didn't have full houses. I've got a full house now. I won't say I'm fully staffed. I'm as staffed as I'm allowed to be. And our discipline numbers are almost identical to that year coming out of COVID. They're ridiculously low. They're scary low.
Don't say it out loud.
They're knock on wood low.
They are.
And Mr. Hudson?
His is not the only one.
Some of that's AVID. I
Yeah.
won't say it all
Yeah.
is because there's cause and
Yeah.
effects.
Yeah.
But we see good stuff. We see good results. I see kids helping kids.
And you've got culture change, because I was over on Friday, right? And you showed me there were 4 teachers absent.
I like it. I'm a fan. I know some people aren't. I am. Like I said, I've done this 39 years in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different districts. It's the best PD I've ever been a part of. It's not close.
Ditto. What he just said, absolutely. Ditto.
Do you have an estimate of what the training costs are when they go to conference?
Well,
All right, so how deep do you want me to get?
tell them.
You're a math teacher,
What you
keep on.
budget for
Go on.
each employee.
I budget the budget coming from AVID is 3,000 per head. And then you've got to figure in some travel costs, some per diem, some things. My personal budget is 5,000 a head. But I believe in it. I devote we're required to send 5. That was a directive. The directive 8 years ago, to understand this better, the directive 8 years ago came from the superintendent. It said, if it's going to work, the principals will make it work. Principal's required to go, the AVID coordinator's required to go, you took 3 other people.
Correct.
You're required to take 5. I generally take 25 to 30.
He does.
Because I get results with it and I believe in it. And so I devote probably close to 1/3 of my restricted funds that have to be spent on PD. You can't spend it on the roof I need, or the air conditioners I need. You have to spend it on PD, and you can't get better PD, in my opinion.
Ditto. He's absolutely correct.
And I have been with him since day one of him being a principal with my kids, and on top of that, when AVID started, my kids were all in that programming. So I would ask, with your overhead cost out of the restricted funds, is there an opportunity now, after 8 years, to rent a facility and to do in-house training with your head educators in the program, your leadership? Is it always about needing to travel to the conference or creating your own conference here, maybe even having other districts come in with their AVID to be educated with you? Like you curating your own in Arkansas, since you are the lead school, you said.
Okay. What you don't know, we have done that on a small scale before.
That was over at Sylvan Hills High
Yeah.
School?
Yes,
Right,
we had
right.
at Mills High School, we did that one summer, we, brought the AVID people here. Then one summer, we did it at Sylvan Hills High School, and we all did the professional development. But of course, you don't get AVID credit for that. But however, the only, and this coming summer, we are going to be having a summer path here. The only thing about that is when we do it, just ourselves, we don't, or when we bring them in, we can't provide professional development for everybody. We're not large enough. What I'm talking about, all the English teachers are together. All the math, science, social studies, elective teachers, counselors, administrators. We don't have enough to do it that way where we can provide their content, I'll say, specific for everybody. But we are doing it on a small scale, if that helps you.
So
But
if
what
each
you're
school
talking
has a
about,
head person, right? Is it every school, elementary, middle, and high, has their own coordinator?
every secondary school has
Secondary.
a coordinator.
Okay.
Elementary schools have like a lead teacher, but
Okay.
that's, yeah.
I wasn't sure how you
Yeah.
labeled it.
Yeah.
So the only reason we can't do 1 year and then talk about it a year from now, it would still be the same 100,000. Well, you said that the only reason you lock it in is because of the second and third year might go up, but the first year is still the same, right?
No. The cost, if we did a 1 year contract this year, I think the cost for a year is like 150, close to 160,000. Next year, it might be more than that. I don't know what it would be. But I lock it in at whatever they would give me, the discount for doing a multi-year contract. I always try to get the savings by doing a multi-year contract.
So you actually negotiated a discount for each year because you're locking in 3.
What I've asked them for, I want a multi-year contract at the discount cost that you can give us. If we lock it in at whatever this discount, it's gonna be that same cost over the next 2-3 years. That's
So
what I
we don't
asked
really
for.
know what the cost would be for a year then? Because
Yes,
you
we
didn't
do, I
ask
know.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 158,000.
But that's also restricted
That was
funds,
1 year.
right?
Yes, ma'am. All of it's restricted money. Anything?
I can say, I've never been to a conference where people were happier to be there or more engaged. When I attended the district leader sessions at the one in San Antonio.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of it. When we're involved in team meetings and you have over 200 PCSSD administrators and teachers in the same room, everybody has their own school table. They're talking the same language and working on building a plan for improvement for their school for the next school year. That's collaboration. I had never seen that before until we went to that first AVID conference. And now that's what I've been able to see every summer that we've attended, that kind of collaboration. And that's the part that you left out when you explained it, to see the collaboration piece. And to hear the young lady talk about it, she said, I learned how to work with others. And that teaming that I learned has helped me work with other EMTs. So it's working.
Ms. Ward has made a motion to approve the AVID contract. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Keller has made a second. Dr. Warren, did you actually have them run a one-year contract, or is that just your estimate? From
No, that's what they told me. I asked them, what would it cost me? Yeah. I always do. What is the cost to a district for a one-year contract, is what my question was.
What other programs do we have in the district that are on 3 years? Are you aware of any?
I don't know that
You call
we-
this a process, I'm sorry if I called it a program, but
Okay, yeah,
similar major, big rock, load-bearing academic items do we have on a 3-year?
I don't know that we have
Maybe
any
IT.
other,
Maybe out of IT.
yeah, maybe IT, but I don't know that we have any other academic initiatives or systems that on any kind of contract, really, that we pay out of professional development.
Well, I mean, we buy things.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to call it a contract or whatever, we purchase services, and that's kind of what we're doing here with AVID, right?
Yes.
So,
So I don't know of any, I don't know. I don't know.
IT.
3.
yeah, okay, but that's IT.
Okay.
But
they purchase programs?
I'm sure we have some 3-year contracts about something in this district. I'm just
Yeah, but
trying to
that's what I'm telling you. I don't
compare
know.
like to like. Yeah, well,
I don't really know. I don't keep up with.
One example would be
Yeah.
Google.
Okay. Okay, just curriculum, okay.
So, I know Mr. Hutchins is probably on the high end of the number of people that are sent from his school. Do
He is.
you have a number of how many go to training each year on average from the entire district?
Over 200.
Okay.
Yeah, this past year, we were close to 300 that went to Summer Institute. The smaller schools, Oak Grove, I'm gonna leave somebody out, Cato, College Station, Landmark Lawson, and it's one more. Harris usually send 5. Though the smaller schools, because they have a smaller pot of money that's designated. So they sometimes, well, no, because Harris sent 8 this year. But I say that to say the others send many, many more than 5. Yeah.
So we're looking at 5,000 a head.
I don't know that
Two
every school
fifty.
designates that. Does everybody? I thought it was 3. I thought they designated 3.
But then there's travel costs on top of
No,
that.
that's part of that. That is travel.
Okay.
That 3,000 includes their travel, the registration, the per diem that they get, everything.
So we're still looking at an additional $750,000 on top of the 300, and that's really just 1 year's worth of travel. So if you do that times 3, you're looking at $2.25 million in travel to go to receive training for AVID, on top of the 300,000, so.
And that doesn't count the people that we have that teach it within each school.
The salaried staff,
What'd you say? It doesn't include?
the salaried staff that are working, like Hum,
Just
full-time,
specifically
does
doing
AVID
full-time AVID.
education.
But that's her teacher contract.
Correct.
Okay.
but she
Yeah.
wasn't doing that job before AVID
No,
came.
she was
She
math.
was a math
Yeah,
teacher.
right,
She was the best
right.
math
So,
teacher.
I mean, you could say that that's a cost of AVID, right? Because we have staff that are dedicated just to AVID we didn't dedicate them to that.
That's true.
What was she doing before? There's somebody doing
Math.
that job now, right?
She was a math teacher. Oh,
Did you?
that's not true. I'm sorry.
What's not true?
Part that she's true, she's teaching math is true. Those kids have to be in class somewhere. If you're not teaching AVID as an elective, you're teaching something else as an elective, you still have teacher costs.
What was she doing? We're picking on one person, but what was this teacher doing before AVID?
She taught math.
Right.
Who's doing that now? How many periods a day is she a classroom teacher, Ms. Hum?
She's a classroom teacher 8 periods a day.
Right.
4 periods a day on block. Someone has to teach the kids. If they're not in AVID, they're gonna have to be in another class. You're still gonna have to have a teacher salary for some.
She's a coordinator and she still has 8 periods a day?
Yes.
Okay, so but then these are new classes, right? Like she's not teaching what she used to teach before.
They still would have had to add an elective because the students
Yeah.
still would have needed a class.
Because we went to block schedule, or what what?
My kids
No.
they take
I think the point here is that there have been personnel costs that have been added when we went to AVID. This has not been like a break-even situation. That's what I think we were trying to get at.
I don't know that
think all
to
we're
be
saying
true,
is
because
come let.
it's an elective that we would have had to have some kind of elective.
Okay, but you had to hire another math teacher to fill her spot, and she took the elective position, is all we're
That's
saying.
right, that's right.
That it encompassed a salary position, period. That's all they're saying.
What's the average number of students in an AVID class?
A class is, the minimum is 15, the max is 22. Secondary. Now, in the elementary school, the whole class is 20, 25
And
students
a math
in each
teacher the
class.
same, 15 to 22?
The math teacher,
max is
28.
28, so
We try not to hit 28.
Yeah.
fitting twice.
Sometimes we do with a shortage. Sometimes we do.
I would prefer to see this on a one-year contract. While I recognize it's more expensive, when we started AVID, I was very pleased with it. My son did very well in it with Miss Toll. But since then, we've implemented the academies that are also designed to make sure that kids are, at least high school kids, are college, career, and military ready. So I feel like if we're telling kids in elementary school, you need to go to college, you need to go to college, you need to go to college through the AVID program, and then they hit ninth grade, and we switch it over to, you have a choice now between college, career, and military through the academies, then
I don't think
that's
that's,
just my perspective.
Okay, yeah, but that's not correct.
that's not a correct perspective of
Yeah,
AVID.
that's-
AVID is college and career.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I thought I was allowed to
Yeah.
have my own perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
call it, AVID is
You are,
college and
you
career.
are, but I just wanted to make sure we gave you the facts. You are like, I'm sorry.
I want to add this. AVID strategies start at the kindergarten level and move, pre-K level, move all the way up, sorry,
12th
all the way
grade.
up with our students in every class. And all of our teachers are using these strategies to prepare them for college and career. So when they get to the high school and they start to choose their academies and pathways, they are prepared to collaborate. They are prepared to dig into texts that prepare them for speaking to business and industry leaders, to work with them. They're prepared to transfer the language. And then the business industry leaders come in and they're able to work with these students because they have already begun at the early levels, elementary and middle school levels, doing those. If you walk into these classrooms, because of the AVID strategies, there's essential questions on the board that lead to workplace readiness. And so they get to the high school level and they're already thinking of their future and how to use the information. And it makes things easier for them to transfer when business industry walk in and say, hey, we want you to come into our company and do an internship with us. And we're getting to see some of those students doing that already. I don't know if Rihanna will speak, but I would love to hear from you on how AVID has already been preparing you. I don't know if you're in an AVID class, but I know that you're getting the AVID strategies in the classroom.
Which school, which high school?
Monmouth.
Monmouth High, yeah.
And I know that you are working directly with business and industry. So can you give us some insight into how AVID's helped prepared you?
Or not prepared to.
Or not, yeah.
I'm not in AVID, but we do use AVID strategies in the classrooms every day in our AP classes and just every class in general. And I've been doing that since 9th grade. We first learned about AVID in 8th grade. And really that has helped me with the pathways because
It's okay. You were.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you did good, because we put you on the spot. That was some.
yeah, but the teamwork, working together,
learning how to collaborate and answer different questions. And then that helped me in the pathways because when I got the internship with Telco, I was already like prepared to be around people, learn how to speak to the members, and
Thank you. That was awesome. That was awesome. That was good. That was good, putting you on the spot like that. That was awesome. Okay. Anything else?
yeah, but if I could get an AVID, I would.
I'll help you. Anything else you want questions, anything I can answer for you?
AVID's a load-bearing academic item. It should not be canceled in such a fashion, you know, if you were to vote it down and just say, go away. I don't even think anybody's really said that, but I just want to be clear that that would be too abrupt. I could do without the 3-year contract, to be perfectly honest, but you know,
And
it's still a critical,
If you're good with me asking them to give us a 1-year contract, I certainly can do that. I was just thinking of cost savings.
I agree, but, you know, I'm probably just fine with it as it is. I think a lot could be, I think a lot could be made beneficial from having a 1-year agreement, because it would, I know you give AVID reports and stuff like that, but it would still have a built-in time to continue to check on AVID. I voted for a 3-year in the past. That was when we were in the startup phase or whatever, and I don't think it would have ever made sense to start with a 1 when we were doubling down on it. But now it feels like we've reached, cruising velocity here. So, you could have the perspective of, well, then keep on the 3 or a 1. I probably would just prefer the 1. What we've got on the agenda is the 3.
Yeah.
I don't want to create uncertainty by tabling this or sending it back or whatever, because I know what'll end up happening is they're going to cancel it, blah, blah, blah. But I'd probably just prefer a 1 is what I'm saying, but I'll vote for this.
And the thing, what you were saying, I was thinking we get to the cruising stage too, but what I've realized, particularly this year, we're never gonna get there based on the teacher turnover that we have each year. It has been just, some schools have whole new staff, so we're starting over like every year. In my mind, when we first started, I thought like we're gonna get caught up, get everybody trained. But here we are in the process of starting over, retaining and trying to recruit new teachers. So that, yeah.
Well, I understand. I still, my personal preference would have been for a 1, and then I think it could have easily, because this got pulled out of the consent agenda. Now you're up here at 8:30.
I know.
I don't usually see you here at 8:30.
No,
I
you
envy
don't.
you for that. But if it was on a 1 year, you might not had to be up here. That's not the only reason, and I know you would come at midnight for AVID. I'm sure that you would.
Absolutely.
But I would prefer a 1 year, but I don't know, it feels disruptive to blow it up and even, not blow it up, but even table it or whatever, because there will be confusion on this point. What is this, just the support and the materials and stuff? Is that the whole contract, or is there an entire document behind this?
There are material supplies, there are human resources that come and speak and provide PD for sometimes. I do a secondary monthly coordinators meeting, and from time to time, I will contact them and say, hey, can you send somebody to be here with us? We get that in that contract that we do as well.
Sometimes you don't have visibility into what's on our agenda. We've got a 26, it's not 26 pages, that was the last one. We've got a 1-page document, so theoretically, there's even a signature line on this, so there should be more to this, right? Like a whole contract behind this or something. Look, what are you gonna sign if we approve it tonight?
That's a good question.
Because there's probably some more terms in there, right? There's not?
No.
Because this other one you sent, the other one from 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Had 26
it
pages
sure did.
and a litany of electronic signatures. So I'm just wondering, what is it, is it cancelable in the middle of the year? Like, what are the terms here? Do you actually know? I mean, it's okay if
Well,
you don't. I'm
our
just
terms
curious.
run out June 30th.
So we can still table this till next month, you bring back
Yeah.
Bring back,
one-year
I mean,
option?
we could do whatever we want, but, I mean, my preference would be, given what we have, and not to create the confusion, to let it go, but, I mean, I would put Robinson Driven on a 3-year contract if I could, you know, so, because I wish everything that we all love had a contract where, you know, you could point to and say, this is guaranteed for 3 years. You know, there's
Robinson
more program-
Driven.
Yeah, the Driven program at Robinson, I mean, we could just change it at any point. You know,
And we
so-
can.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because
But-
we own that.
Right, but that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying is there's certain, everybody loves something, you know, and some people love more than others. Some people love Avid, some people love Robinson Driven. I'm just saying, I'm just bringing that up as an example. There's lots of things that people would love to have 3-year guarantees on around here, but the future's promised to no one. And so, you know, that's why, I guess I'm just making a production out of the 3-year contract. I wish I had a 1, but I'll vote for this as a 3.
Our contract with Avid doesn't run out until when? Like the current contract that we're on?
June.
So we have really until June to address this, right?
No, we need to address it before school is out. I'll say it like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
but minimum, we could look at this next month with an exact figure for the 1 year and the entire Avid contract, because Mr. Delaney just said that last time we had a 26-page contract, and we don't have that this time, right?
No, this is all they provide for us. And all they look for now is board approval.
Okay.
Because it's a renewal and not a.
Right,
Well,
right.
no, the last one was a renewal too, because this is our 3rd renewal. Well, first one was a second renewal, but
The
first.
first one was a 1 year, the very
okay,
first year
yeah.
we did it.
Yeah.
And then we did a
Okay,
3-year.
Right.
Yeah,
And so
that was first
So
time.
the second renewal was the 26-pager. This just came in a different format. Like, they printed it out differently, but
Right,
there was more in it.
Right.
I would be willing to support it on a 1 year if we could address it next month, but I don't know that I can support it right now on 3.
I want a 1 year, but I just think it will create chaos chaos is probably a strong word, but uncertainty about, you know, the intention to what's gonna happen for 25, 26. Because somebody will say, well, they didn't approve it, so maybe they don't wanna approve it at all, so that's just my thinking on it.
Crickets.
Okay, well, what we got a motion and a second for is to approve it as it is. So let's just run it. If it fails, we can you don't leave if it fails. Like, you stay right here and we're gonna figure out what's gonna happen, because this is gonna be, anyway,
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm
All
here.
right, motion by Ms. Ward, second by Mr. Keller, Avid contract, 3-year. All in favor of the Avid contract, 3 years, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, I've got Maynard and Potter is no. Did a no come from over here?
No.
Okay, so we're 5-2 with Maynard and Potter as the no on this. So you can sign your 3-year agreement.
I'll just send them the notice. I'll send the minutes saying approved. Just put that in the minutes. Thank you.
All right. Where's my agenda? Next item is, did somebody want?
That's your agenda.
No, okay. Hyper-converged sand replacement. You can't have your sand replacement till I get my tape back.
We'll work on that tape. Good evening, Board. So that's just a fancy word for I'm asking to replace our data center. Total cost comes to $198,837.38. That's going to be funded out of IT millage. Basically what the SAN is it is a large piece of hardware that houses all of our very important data and services lots of our applications. So our current SAN is 5 years old, and come the end of January, it will be end of life, end of support. What that means is no more security patches. What that also means is we would have to shut down a lot of applications that nobody wants to shut down. Things that are housed there like door access, cameras, HVAC, all the things that you need to run. So I'm asking for approval.
But you have a sand now, you want another one, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
A new one.
That's correct. The one we've got is 5 years old. It's running out of support. It's end of life and end of support at the end of January. So we went out and we got roughly 11 different quotes for this, and came across the one that we're asking to purchase was the best for the district. It provides us both a new sand here, and it also provides us with backup hardware for our disaster recovery site, so that if something should happen here, it replicates there.
Is
Any
the
questions?
life expectancy 5 years on this one?
It usually is. So what we try to do is we try to buy those products with 5 years worth of support, because it is so expensive. And if you have parts go down, you really need that support, and you need to be able to get those replacement parts, because if you go very much time without that, it can become catastrophic.
Okay. Ms. Ward had a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate, second? Okay. All right. Other questions about the sand? Is all the quotes in here, or just the one you
They
want?
are not, I did not
Okay,
want to
yeah,
confuse
so-
you with that,
well-
but I do
well-
have a folder and I'm happy to send it to you.
That's fine. No, I don't want that. I just want, because when we get quotes, sometimes they have 3 or 4. I want to make sure the motion's right. So the motion to approve is for the sand from ProMOS.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
All right. Final discussion on this. All right, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the sand from ProMOS, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the board policy 4.5 and assorted letters, resolutions and letters.
Wait,
Who'd you skip?
Wait, yeah, okay, no, okay, so that's, that far
I
thing
read
messed,
Cardonex too.
that far thing messed me up, okay? It's,
So it's okay.
we're going back up to the top. Cardonex, yeah. Cardonex and HVAC. I crossed it out and then, let's keep going.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I was waving my hand. It is way past my bedtime. I was sitting back there going, okay. So thank you for giving me an opportunity. My name is LaWanna Green. I wanted to come and make a recommendation for us to use Cardonex as a scheduling software. We used that Cardonex a couple of years ago, and it did prove to be beneficial for the schools. It did assist us with the master schedule. They were able to evenly balance classes, and students were not in the gym at the beginning of the school year. We didn't use it last year, but after the process that we went through last year, the counselors are asking for it really bad again this year, because they really did provide them with the support. The cost of it for 1 year is about $50,000. And with that comes the training and support to help the schools with the master schedule.
Didn't we already buy a scheduling program?
That's what she was saying, they didn't
We
use
didn't,
last
we
year.
let it lapse for a year and we're back.
Time flies,
Say again?
actually.
Oh,
It-
this
we-
is
we
the
lapsed
same
for a
one
year,
as we
same
got
one.
last
It
year?
is the
Okay.
same one, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, it's good for 1 year?
1 year,
One school calendar schedule?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're getting it and you run it. We went over this before, but you
Yeah.
use it first to build your schedule before it goes into eSchool, right?
Correct.
And then once it's in eSchool, it gets manipulated from there. But it's a one-shot kind of thing, like for each school, like it goes in, and once it's out and in eSchool, you're done with it until the next year.
That is correct. And what you have with Cardonex is that you're able to see live conflicts. So when you're scheduling or trying to create your master schedule, I'm able to like hover over a particular class and see that another class has maybe 5 conflicts, and I can then move it to another class period. So that live conflict is very beneficial for you when you're trying to determine where to place that class.
So we approving this for the 25-26 school year or because it says 24-25?
We'll use it now, but we're building the schedule for 25, 26.
Okay.
So you'll start implementing for the fall?
Yes, ma'am.
By August, you're completely done with it. It doesn't
By
have any
August, we're
use.
done with it.
Right. You
That's
could use
right.
it more, but why would you? Because it's supposed to be the first step in the process, right?
That's right, first step, and then we put it into e-school, as you said, and then we work through e-school from that point.
Motion to approve the
All right.
proposal for the master schedule plan.
All right, Ms. Smith has made a motion to approve Cardenex. Is there a second? Ms. Ward has seconded. Okay.
Oh, just had a quick question. Why didn't we use it last year?
Well, for whatever reason, I didn't get the funds, and so I tried, but I just didn't get the funds.
Okay.
Wait, you came and asked us?
Yeah, we passed it last year.
No,
Year before.
But the first year you used it was 22, 23, right? Was that?
Not
No,
last
23,
year,
24.
but, right.
Okay.
No, 22, 23.
We didn't use it last year, or this school year, we used it the year
Yeah,
before
okay.
to prepare for the, okay, this is
Yeah.
24, 25. We didn't use it in 23, 24, you're right,
Yeah,
22,
yeah.
23.
Okay.
Are you trying to show us how confusing it is?
Well,
Well, that was my question about the contract that says school year 24-25, but we aren't gonna use it in 24. We'll use it in the spring of 25 for the 25-26 school year. So does the contract need to say school year 25-26 instead of 24-25?
Well, as soon as it is approved, we'll begin using it, which will be like, I mean, as soon as we get an approval. If we get the approval tonight, then we're gonna start working with it next week.
Okay,
To
because
get
it says, this, quote date, created date, it only expires in January of 25. So it's good from the time you process, okay.
Yes.
if she can't use it to make her 25, 26 schedules, we're sending attorneys.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, they're getting money and for something that we need in 25, 26, and that's gonna be how it is.
Right.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on this. Any other questions? We've had it before, we dropped it, it's coming back. We were happy with it.
Yes,
We anticipate being happy with it again.
very much so.
All right, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of approving Cardenex, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right.
Bathroom break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, which always turns into 15.
I was hoping that someone would say something.
2.5 hours. Just give us
Do it. I'll be the timekeeper and the gavel hitter.
Let's go ahead. Okay, so we are back. Our next item is, get this right, HVAC improvements with, sorry. This is all Mr. Farr's fault, actually, Dr. Farr's fault. HVAC improvements with Jeff Lynch.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Hi, Jeff.
So I need to bring you all up to speed on the mechanical systems in this particular building. You have a nearly 50-year-old building with nearly 50-year-old mechanical systems. For the 10 years that I've been working here, the compressors have failed consistently over and over and over again. I'm sure Dr. McNulty got to experience this last summer. It catastrophically failed. The HVAC team did yeoman's work trying to Band-Aid it and keep it hobbling along through the summer. The consensus from our team as well as the vendor's team is we have kicked this can down the road, we've run out of road, we've run out of can. The systems need to be replaced. So we started looking, I was tasked with get the research done, do the reconnaissance, bring in the mechanical engineers, look at the HVAC. While looking at the HVAC, the mechanical engineer said, we really need to bring in an electrical engineer because he saw our switchgear downstairs. This building's all electric. The switchgear is really obsolete. Evidently, it was a vendor special. I guess they got into the business briefly, just long enough for us to get ours installed, and then they got out of the business. So you can't buy parts for it. It is obsolete. It is not sufficient to supply power to the new HVAC system that you need. This proposal does not cure all of your ailments. This takes care of the immediate crisis. So and this is a guesstimate. This is the engineer giving their best guesstimates. So what we're looking at doing is taking the rack chiller that's in the mechanical room, your pumps that are in the mechanical room, basically gutting the mechanical room, replacing the condensing units that are out back by the generator with an air-cooled chiller that will then feed the new pumps in the mechanical room with new variable frequency drives. You will have to replace the switch gears. You can't do anything with them. They're not big enough. They're obsolete. You can't buy parts for them. So it kind of turned into a bit of a can of worms. Mr. Johnson, when we come kind of give you the debrief and get your blessing to move forward, we'd like to put this out to bid, get you some serious numbers to consider, some fixed proposals. But it is a substantial expense.
Okay, so this is something we're gonna have to see again. Is that what you're saying? Because what we have here, Pettit and Pettit, are they like the architects at this point? They've designed
They're the engineers. So Jimmy Billingsley is the HVAC engineer, and
but they're the architects for HVAC stuff, right? Like
we have an
they're
architect.
specking this just like an architect would spec an entire building to go out to bid, except it's a one mechanical type of system, right? Instead of an entire.
We're basically gonna gut that mechanical room, rebuild it. All the piping's rotten, the tube and shell heat exchangers are rotten. That's what caused the majority of the failures this last summer. Everything's just wore out.
But Pettit and Pettit has been engaged. They basically had to sit down and do some planning, and they're gonna be paid for that as like design work, right?
That's their design.
And now they've got the design that they want.
Yes, sir.
That will address the issue, not completely fix it.
Yeah, honestly, the whole building needs to be gutted and redone, but you're probably looking $3.5 million. Like I said, this takes care of the immediate crisis in your mechanical room downstairs.
Okay, and so we're approving you to go out and find out the actual cost. They only have an estimate, right? That's why it says total estimated
Correct.
cost.
This is just budget pricing, best guess given by the engineers.
Can you get to that room with the new elevator we just bought?
Yeah,
you got installed?
You got a 50-year-old building. It's, we got a lot of needs.
Okay, so we need to send this out to bid. to come
Yeah,
back, and then,
so that I can give you all some
do you know
firm pricing.
how long HVAC bids like this take to be produce?
You know, I didn't ask that question. We were, some of the engineer's notes were, we were really hoping to get this on before you, the last board meeting, maybe even the previous one, because the lead times on the equipment are so long.
So it does say on there that advertising bid was 3 to 4 weeks.
So,
But being the holiday, you know, we were kind of thinking a month or two ago.
Okay.
Now everybody's out for the holidays, so I don't know, there may be some delay in that.
okay.
So we'll make it happen as quick as possible.
So this would be, what we're doing here would be just like what we did with Robinson, College Station, and Harris, which we voted to send those out to design, which has already been done, and then bid. And they're all coming back. This would be another thing, another boomerang we throw out there and
Yes.
comes back. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, we can ask more questions, but I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Mr. Keller has made the motion. Who
Second.
wants the second? Tate, or Smith? Who seconded?
Tape.
Tate, okay. All right, keep going. Anybody? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving sending this HVAC design out to bid, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Williams, board policy 4.5, et cetera.
Good evening again. This may look familiar because we did this earlier this year. These are some revisions that came through in November with the school choice policy. And so we are just trying to come in alignment with those changes. What you'll see, and it kind of is more clear in the forms, it talks about the time frames. And so it used to be a waiting period, and they would have to wait until the next season of classes, but now they could move immediately if we have space, instead of having to wait till the next term. And so we had to make adjustments in the language regarding that, regarding the periods of notice, as well as some wordsmithing that they did for clarity's sake. And so we are just moving with the changes presented by SBA in the model policy, strictly with this one. And the accompanying items are the form letters that were developed to provide written notification to parents who choose to follow this path.
So, school choice, not legal transfers, school choice has traditionally been something that opened in January, closed around May, and then the forms got processed, and all of it was for next school year. Are you saying that now there's some ability for somebody, do the forms still start in January?
Yeah.
So the forms start in January still. They still end in May, but there's now some ability to take a student immediately. So it kind of functions a little bit like an optional legal transfer, well, like a school choice with an option to legal transfer in, essentially, even though it's not a legal transfer.
As long as we have space and don't have to incur debt in terms of adding staff, you know, they could move immediately.
Okay.
And then there are letters following to represent variations of where that student stands.
So it's it would be a second term, mid-year transfer, right? Because, I mean, you can't take a form before January 1st.
Right.
So, okay, all right.
So then, would this take place in January, or?
At any point
Yes.
in that range, right? Any point.
Sir?
Any point in that range.
Yes.
I mean, it's set for the 25-26 school year calendar, but it would actually take place in the beginning.
This would go into effect immediately.
So somebody could show up here on the first day, the central office is open, say, I want to come next year, and, oh, by the way, can you take me now?
Yeah, I wanna
If
start.
they wanted to do that before, we would have had to give them two forms, right? The legal transfer and say,
Yes.
you do this and
Yes.
do the other.
But now they can just come.
No, they probably could have just legal transferred and stayed, but. Okay, all right. Motion on this, anyone?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Killer's made a motion to approve policy 4.5 and the resolutions and letters, and Ms. Ward has seconded. Okay, any more discussion? All right, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving policy 4.5, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Did you get Ms. Smith's signature yet, or?
No, she
Okay.
was,
Ms. Smith, you just need you're gonna have to sign. Not while, I mean, whenever, but. Okay, we're moving on to 25-26 proposed calendar with Dr. Williams. Is Ms. Robinson in on this too?
Yeah.
Okay.
yes. So before you, you have a proposed calendar that went through, the PPC. We are proposing to, do the alternate calendar option that the state gives us, which moves us from days to minutes. The state requires us to have at least, 10,600 and
1,068.
I'm talking about the total, yeah. Well, 1,068, minutes, but of minutes, we have 10,680 for the year. And so we actually, even in our schedule right now, we exceed that number of total minutes for the year currently. With the proposed calendar that we are asking, and this calendar kind of serves two purposes. It's with a proposed shortened Wednesday or just a standalone without the Wednesdays. But with the proposed shortened Wednesday, if we were to shorten, which there hasn't been a definitive stance on the number of minutes, but what we figured on as far as just calculations generally, if we were to dismiss 2.5 hours early on Wednesdays, with the exception of 2 weeks during the year, we would still exceed the state number of minutes. I know there was a concern about shortening the instructional time that we provide our students. We would not be doing that. We would still be exceeding what the state requires. This particular calendar as well, with the alternate calendar, the state does not state you have to have a certain number of student days. Of course, our contract days with our teachers is different. And so with this calendar, we looked at doing 173 student days, which would include, our normal parent conference days that we have in the fall and the spring. And so the general points of the calendar are basically the same with the exception of some early days of PD to work with professional staff on various items of curriculum, professional development, and other areas. And that's what I'd like to share regarding the general format of the calendar. I know there were questions kind of raised through the comments regarding the Wednesdays. The reason the Wednesdays were proposed, and Ms. Robinson, please jump in whenever you like. Some of the items that have been brought up and some of the concerns that we've had in terms of making sure we're protecting instructional time and making sure that we're protecting professional time in terms of the state mandated preparation period for teachers. We have to, by law, provide them 40 minutes each day of planning time. There are various ways that we are working through that during the year, but in addition to that, we have allotted by the state an hour each month for faculty meetings. Well, back when I was teaching and things were not as different as they are now, we could do a lot with the time that was allotted. Now we, as a part of just growing and being better, we've instituted PLCs in our process. And so with that, we have those set up. And so in doing that, we still have to protect that 40 minutes. In addition to PLCs, we have testing training that we have to do. Again, keep in mind, we are only by law allowed to, without paying, have teachers once a month for an hour. So the purpose of having that Wednesday is to cover and allow for certain things while still maintaining the integrity of the instructional time. During that time, some of the things that we would be able to do instructionally would be scheduling meetings such as 504 and IEP meetings, which oftentimes teachers are pulled out of their prep time to cover. Meetings with parents regarding certain issues with students, collaborating and doing extended learning from the PLC sessions that we have, doing local PD at the school, things that are specific to that building, and not only that, being able to do some vertical teaming within the feeder, the schools that are around that high school. We have testing training, and Ms. Green has left, but there have been 25 testing trainings that have been done through the district, that will be done by the end of the testing season, where we do a trainer model where they get the testing data from Ms. Green or someone she designates. Then that has to be pushed into the building. Well, again, we have the 1 hour that we have to do that. So time spent out of that, we are bound to pay our teachers for any time that we take that does not, that falls outside of that 40 minutes. If we take any of that time or we require them to stay late for a training or something like that, we are, obligated to pay them for that. Another thing, and I'm hoping that we get out of this, but our teachers and our students are going through in some of our buildings, about 7, we have state literacy coaches who come in. Well, they have to debrief with those teachers and go through processes with those teachers. That has to be done on their planning period because, of course, we want to protect the instructional time and not pull them away from the students. So those are the types of things that we look at in terms of why this time would be important, whether we kept it set at 2.5 hours or if we made it an hour and a half. In terms of money, we were kind of looking at, of course, all of our teachers are somewhere different in the pay scale. But when we have to pay them for time taken from their planning time, we have to pay them their hourly rate of pay, which means I kind of just did a range. Our teachers kind of go between $35 to $45 an hour range of pay, depending on their level of experience and their education. And so, say at a high school or middle school, those periods are 90 minutes. So if they're making $40 an hour, that's going to be $60 an hour. And most of our schools average maybe 3 to 5, depending on the school and the number of students who have IEPs or 504 plans. They may serve on a committee, 2 to 3, 4, or 5 times a week, which if they're being pulled out of their planning period, that's time that we have to pay them. And so there's also, in terms of the fiscal side of it, that would allow us to maintain some cost savings on that end. So there are various reasons that time would be helpful, irrespective of the financial piece. What we want to do, our goal is always to increase the rigor of our instruction, maintain integrity of the curriculum and the instruction that's given to our students on a daily basis, and being able to take some information that's done during a PLC and have the time to, without having to rush to a class period, to sit down with your colleagues and be able to collaborate and flesh that work out to make sure that we're delivering the best instruction to our students is invaluable. And so,
Can I jump in?
yeah, absolutely.
All right, she's going, she has a lot of stuff I had, but also, when she talked about having, conferences with parents, like, for the 504s and the IEPs, that sometimes it cannot be done on a teacher's planning period, because sometimes it really depends on when the parents are available. And a lot of times that teachers are taken out of the classroom, so that means that someone has to step in and sub for that time. And because there's a shortage of subs as well, that teachers just have to take, the other class. Like if it's my planning period, then I will go into that classroom so that teacher could have that conference. And you heard tonight about when Mr. What's his name from my mail?
Farr, Dr. Farr.
Yeah, Dr. Farr talked about them looking at their data and finding out how they really needed to support their teachers a little more in algebra. And then the literacy coach came up and said that, when they did the walkthroughs, it was about student engagement, it was about rigor, and that's the time that you can allot at the end on that Wednesday and have not only the English department, but the whole school, because it shouldn't be weighted on our English and science and math teachers to just always support the students. It's everyone supporting those students. In music, they can count notes. They can talk about notes, quarter notes, half notes, to deal with math. Math and science goes together most of the time, science and social studies, but when you take an Atlas test, you're reading things in social studies and science, so it's everybody sitting down, talking, collaborating, which you don't get a chance to do with that 1 hour faculty meeting, because sometimes the principal has other things on that agenda, but just to sit down and really talk through what are we doing for our students? How can we support our students? Because at the end of the day, that's why we're here. We're here to make sure that we're improving the outcomes of our students. And I'm one of those reflective teachers. I think about myself. If something didn't go well, I look at myself first. Did I present the information to the students in a way that they could understand it? I never say, oh, those students, they didn't learn today. It could have been in my delivery. But just to sit down and flush that through someone else, and the vertical teaming, was something else I wrote down. Just the teaching strategies, when Mr. Allen said that his literacy coach was going to Benton to talk, to find out, what are they doing differently? That's time that can be utilized, and you don't have to take off from school, during the student contact time. If you literally, you can take a group of teachers over there and say, hey, we want to really look and see what you're doing, because we want to mimic this at our school. And we have schools at Robinson Middle, we're wanting to be the demonstrative school for AVID. That's the time where the whole faculty can get together. And I know there are downsides. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to put out everything that's positive that I feel like is positive. But I understand parents with child care. Parents not wanting their, children to be home alone by themselves. I can understand that, but I think sometimes we need to get more innovative in how we do things, because that can also be a distressor for students, as well as having that little downtime to kind of breathe and say, oh, I only have to go to school this many hours a day. I mean, it's a de-stressor for everyone, but if I want to be the best teacher I can be, I want to be given the opportunity to have that professional development that I really need to become a better teacher and to help the students grow. So time, when you say time where they're not learning, if they're not in school, I
I would probably disagree with that because I feel like the time that we're at school as an educator, we should take every minute of our time when we have the students to make sure that they are learning. I know there are other schools around the state of Arkansas that are doing the half day. Some schools are on that year round where they have a week out every month and they still do the half a day. And it's just beneficial to everyone, teachers, administrators, everyone, even mental health. When we talk about that piece, that's a de-stressor that the kids kind of have their downtime. So yes, things can be beneficial for the students. And then, yeah, it's not a time for students or teachers to say, hey, it's time off for, we're getting rid of these students. No, that's not what this day is for. This day is not for, let's get rid of students. This day is for how do we become a better educator, not only certified, but even classified, because we all work hand in hand. If the buildings aren't clean, if the cafeteria, we're not having food, if the registrars, if the secretaries are not there, handling problems because the front office sees the parents before, we engage with them, that we're all in together to make sure that we're improving our ability to educate our students. So I would say, just think about some of the benefits that this will have, if we do a halftime.
I do want to address something that I kind of heard, a concern about, what about the classified people? They need to work those hours. Well, they aren't going home. This model that we're presenting, that would still have that clerical staff there, the custodial staff there, the food and nutrition staff, the paraprofessionals, all of those people will still be on campus because there are still needs that need to be taken care of during the day, that this will also allow them time to be able to do some things uninterrupted with cleaning, or cleaning in the food and nutrition area, cleaning throughout the building. It's opportunity for our classroom professional, classified professional staff to have opportunities for professional development through their overseeing bodies. And so it's not a situation where the kids go home, the teachers stay, everybody else goes home too. This would be, the staff is still there, the normal school day like they normally would be, but with things to engage that time. And actually just providing time to do things that we always need to do anyway, but we just kind of have to fit it in where we can. And so those are the reasons why, and it's not an exhaustive list, but the reasons why this was something that was, that came through the PPC to bring forth as consideration by the board. And, again, this will be a decision that you all will have to make, but the presentation, again, this calendar is the presentation that we would have with or without the Wednesday deviation. The difference would be on having an alternative calendar, and if you remember, was it last year? Was it last year or the year before? The year before, when we had the major snow event or ice event, and the state gave us an opportunity to switch to an alternate calendar to do minutes instead of days. And we were in a really good position in our district, had several days. I think we had like 12 or 13 days kind of banked time, because we, even in our current schedule, are 25 minutes at most schools over what the state requires per day of instruction. And with this schedule, even with the Wednesdays, we would still be over that amount. We'd actually be a little bit more than we are now. So it definitely wouldn't be a loss of instructional time with our students.
So,
No.
can I? So,
Absolutely.
my feedback has been 100,000% no on the full Wednesdays.
Half Wednesday.
I'm sorry?
On the half.
Right, or
Yeah.
the Wednesdays,
Okay.
half day. So
Mhm.
I would love to see something. I like the idea of something coming forward. The parents have to be involved because they have childcare, and most parents now, most of my clients are no longer at home working. They're back in their offices, and they don't have the flexibility they kind of did during COVID when we did that. I loved half day Wednesday back then, but I also had parents to watch the kids, right, or be home with them. So that, number one, parents. Number two, maybe looking at one Wednesday a month, like I'm looking at the calendar, like the third Wednesday of the month being a half day, giving them time to catch up and set meetings with parents. Projected, like I'm going to need that day to make all these appointments with parents, and then tutoring sessions, the AEPs, the 504s, or even adding in a fall long weekend, like not a fall break because we have Thanksgiving break, but maybe looking at. I've heard a lot of people ask me, "What about a fall break?" Like a Thursday, Friday, and then give Sunday, Monday, Saturday, Sunday, so a 4-day. Maybe looking at one of those in the fall, and possibly even springtime, which I know we get to the end and I feel like it snowballs from spring break to the end. But those are things on the calendar that I have had brought to me that I think would be, I think one day a month wouldn't be as big of a deal because most parents are used to there being kids out of school that day and planning it. But I'm a no for the half day Wednesday year round.
Me personally, I appreciate the hard work that y'all put into that. It seemed like you really have the best interest at heart, but I'm just unwilling to vote for anything so drastic without 100% parent involvement. Just like with the school uniforms, we sent out emails. We got I think it was the most feedback we've ever gotten on anything. I think this would probably top the feedback from that section, but just because we have too many single parents that an extra day of daycare would break a lot of people. And not everybody's fortunate enough to have family to step in, and so I'm not against it. I'm not for anything without the family feedback.
Was there a reason why it was Wednesday instead of Friday? I'm just wondering.
I don't know if it was so much, it was just kind of just the natural break in the week. We, be transparent here, sometimes having Wednesday and, sometimes people, don't quite make it on on Friday, like in general. And so to give an incentive to have half of the day, or not even half, because we're not talking about half of the day, we're talking, when we first looked at it, we looked at 2.5 hours on the end of the day. But we, that was just kind of the figure numbers. It could be something like an hour and a half, depending on, how the board wants to look at it. But I would not suggest a Friday just because of the ease of just being, I just may not make it
Why make the kids
on
get
Friday.
up? Yeah. Why make them get up and go?
Well, not the kids.
Oh.
All the feedback I received too was not in favor of it. And as a working parent, this would have been a hardship for me to make that happen.
I do, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Delaney.
Oh, no, Dr.
It was me. I was mumbling
I'm
something.
sorry.
She saw me do this.
Yeah, and then I said something, and then we went that direction. I mean, I too have gotten kind of the feedback, and I've got a couple of feedback. One is that it would be nice to have a conversation with their stakeholders to get input and to see how people feel. And then the second, there's a lot of movement out there on the 4-day week, which is pros and cons to that in the research. I think a real opportunity would be to take time to, based upon the feedback I've gotten the last 2 or 3 days, to take time to what are people thinking, what is good for people, what would we need to do to make it work? So, like, we have other agencies that we have during COVID, we actually were able to bring other agencies in to do daycare. I love the thinking around, I was able to listen, and my ear hustling was excellent. There's really good thinking around it, but we probably need to add that other piece of the effect on our stakeholders on daycare and what might be opportunities, and that may take another year to do. I just love the calendar. I mean, anytime you can get out on May 22nd and bank hours and have a lot of opportunity to engage in instruction and maybe finagle some things is a real positive. But I think the last 2 days, we've gotten a lot of feedback, and I think we could actually clarify a lot of things, because there was a lot of misinformation, and clarify some things, and then be ready to go with data on how do people feel, what would mitigate their concerns, and then move forward with our partners. And that could be, the board sending it back to PPC and doing the work, or it could be, like you said, we like the current calendar and hold off on that until we have enough data down the road to present that. That would be my across the board, somewhat political vague recommendation, but the feedback I've gotten is similar to some of the board members. We're really concerned about the extra costs, especially for our elementary children.
I think going forward, based on the feedback that we've got, when we have a drastic change like this, it needs to be put out to parents. Like, it doesn't need to ever come as an action item. From my own personal experience, like, I'm divorced, I have 3 kids. Mine are older now, but even so, the older kids get out later than the younger ones. So if it had been 7 years ago, my youngest son wouldn't have had it. I would have had to figure out childcare for him, or I would have had to figure out a way to take off work because his brothers wouldn't have been there to take care of him. I understand school is not a babysitter, and that's not its purpose. However, I think it might be a good idea to even talk to some of our larger employers in the area, see how they might be able to accommodate that in the event that we were to adopt a half a day. I know Bauxite, I think, went to a 4-day week for students. I don't know about teachers, but they did a huge survey. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was Bauxite. And there was like a 1 or 2 month discussion before they ended up adopting it. So people were mad, like incredibly mad, and I get it, because I'm always a parent first. It would have, 7 or 8 years ago, would have created a huge hardship on my family. That's where most of these families were coming from. And they were upset at the lack of communication. So I don't think that was intentional, but I think that when we're looking at making a big change, like Mr. Keller said, with the uniforms or with scheduling, I can't think of another example right now, but those are 2 good ones. We have got to involve our stakeholders to let them know this is going to be a discussion. We want your input. I don't know if it's surveys. I don't know if it's community meetings, depending on the issue, but we have got to get the input from the parents because we've got to have that other perspective. I respect both of you and I appreciate your opinion. I just think we need to involve that other side before we make a huge change like this.
I just want to jump in and clarify something. This team did everything right by the state code, because this is where the calendar comes from. The next piece is it comes here, and then we have conversations, and we get all this information, and then the team comes back and says, hey, we saw really a really great part of this conversation, but we needed other pieces of the conversation. And then that allows the board and working in conjunction administration to get better, or it was a home run. But the law is very specific, that it comes from PPC certified, and then we start the conversation. And that's a process that needs to be maintained, and the integrity needs to be maintained if we're going to get this and work together. So, thank you.
It came on the agenda though as an action item, and I think that was,
As it should in the action, I mean, we've done this before, and I know it's been very effective. The board has said, hey, we need to send it back to PPC. And I think that's been a really good process, because I think we've really worked hard, and I'm the quiet one because I really have to be careful what I say, but I think you've worked hard in brainstorming good feedback from this board.
Ms. Robinson, this, I know we said it came from PPC. I just want to be even more specific. This was voted on at PPC, right? And
Yes,
it
because
passed.
that's part of
Yeah.
what the PPC is supposed to do, required by law,
Right.
is work with the district on, and approve the calendar.
Well,
Or,
right.
have input on the calendar, and so that's what we did, because we received feedback. We've been receiving feedback for the last couple of years from teachers on the half a day, and, what can we do? So, that's part of the reason why it's in there as well, because we want our certified staff to know that we're listening to what they say, what feedback they're giving us. And then we have to go through that process of just presenting it to the board, like we're doing now, and,
Understand.
receive your feedback and, move on to the next, whatever phase we need to move on the calendar.
Mr. Delaney, may I ask a question? I know you're going to decide, how you want to move with this, but just for informational purposes for me. I know that there are concerns about the Wednesday, but aside from the concept of a shortened Wednesday, does the structure of the calendar look okay? Because, as I said on the front end, this would be the calendar. Had we not had the idea of kind of moving in, as Ms. Robinson said, this was something that was brought forth, over the years from the teachers as something that, can we look into doing the shortened Wednesdays again? So aside from that, if you're not keeping the Wednesday part as a part of the parcel, does the structure of the calendar in terms of using the alternate format and the days, aside from saying Wednesday early, does the calendar look okay?
Well, I was going to ask, what about the other parts of the features of the calendar is?
Well,
why,
I mean, just
right.
the number of days, the choice to do an alternate, because normally we do the 190 days. That's an option that we have, to do a day calendar. Well, yes, the teacher is the 190. But 178 student days, that's an option. And then the alternate calendar gives us more flexibility. And so we're asking for the board to consider allowing us to do the alternate calendar on minutes instead of doing the day calendar. So that's what this is. So the minutes that the state requires us for total minutes for the year is 10,680. This calendar without the Wednesdays far exceeds that. I have the number, if I can get my phone to open up. It's 11,000 and something.
And that's
No,
without
actually,
extending the other days,
It's,
right?
if we do, hold on, let me find my, I
And
have
remember, a couple of years,
several.
was it year before last, we had to come back to the board, and we asked to do the alternate calendar with the minutes, so we wouldn't have to come to school, with the
So
half
that-
days added to the end. So with this alternate calendar, the alternate calendar gives us that opportunity to do that, and we wouldn't have to come back to the
So if
board.
we had
and calculate it on.
Snow apocalypse, we
Yeah.
could
So
take
if
off
we-
for,
If we just did like what we are now, it would be, like right at 11,000 minutes that we would be, if we didn't do Wednesdays, we would be at 11,000, which would exceed what the state requires, you know, period, if we just didn't do the Wednesdays.
And that's without extending the days at all, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many extra days would that be?
I think it's like 12 or 13. We had leftover after we even took care of all of the snow and ice and some of the people who had to be out prior to that, because, you know, that allowed us to be able to cover some of that as well. And so, the function of the calendar as it sits without the Wednesday, if we're allowed to do the alternate calendar, would still, it just puts us in a position where if we have a catastrophic event, we don't have to worry about probably 12 days of makeup for students.
Is there a downside? I mean, I haven't really heard a downside to.
In my opinion, the only downside is the teachers can't do what the kids can do. They still have to do their 190 days because they're contracted to do that. And so the teachers weren't excited about that.
Yeah.
But in terms of us as a district, because we are over in instruction, we teach our kids longer than the state says we have to every day. And so because we have that much time with our kids, if we were to miss like we did that last time, we're still within the law.
Yeah.
And so in that regard, no ma'am, there's not a downside.
So we can, per what you said, choose a minutes calendar for the year.
Mhm.
And then Ms. Robinson can go back to PPC and discuss, like
Whether or not to do the Wednesday.
like a
whether
one
to do
Wednesday a
one
month, just to
Wednesday.
have a set Wednesday of the month, or a Thursday, Friday, or at the end, right? I mean, like, so there's room to come
Right.
back. We're not
Right.
setting up, this is 100%
Yeah.
gotta be, but we could go minutes
Yeah.
to days.
Yeah,
Just do
this
minutes
this
today?
one, the idea of proposing this one was to bring it to the board as an alternate, to request to do an alternate calendar in this format with the days as they have it, with the option to ask you all to do the Wednesday. And if you all chose to not, you know, approve the Wednesday this year, this calendar would still look the same way. It just, because it doesn't have anything about Wednesday on it except that one place.
Okay.
You know, and that would be a matter of taking that line off, and it would just be what you see in front of you. If we, as a district, decide, you know, and the board says, we choose not to explore Wednesdays this year, you know, or we want to just do one Wednesday this year, and then that would be just a little bit less time banked if there were something to go on.
I'd make a motion that we approve the calendar, the alternate calendar without the early Wednesdays.
Second.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Maynard to approve the alternate calendar without Wednesdays. Is there a second? Oh, Smith. Okay. Back to my line of questioning,
Oh, Lord.
because you said you knew where I was going, and then the whole thing ran away from me. Why North Little Rock and Little Rock are starting their school days on the 11th? Why can't we? There used to be a time
Well,
where we coordinated. What happened?
that collaboration, it just,
Okay, well, I don't really care,
Yeah.
actually. We used to, but we're not anymore, right? And even though we've got Miss Burgess over
Not
there, for
effective.
some reason, she's not returning our calls and doing what we want, right?
I
But that still begs the question, why do we
Well-
choose not to start on the 11th like Little Rock and North Little Rock seem to be doing, because their proposed calendars for next year?
transparency, we had the same calendar, and we were starting the same time. And then I found out, like, right before it happened, that they made a change. So we didn't have the opportunity to have that discussion. We did have a discussion on this year's calendar, you know, the one we're currently in, 24-25. but then they chose to do something different.
The other districts.
The other districts. But we did have a conversation, and we were all starting at the
and-
same time.
And we chose not to match it.
Well, we didn't know.
Well, why can't we match it is essentially what is the
Have they
basis
put-
for?
I don't have their calendar for.
Well, it
this
starts
year.
on, why wouldn't we want to start ours on the 11th like the other districts seem to be doing?
Well, now, I don't know if they may have already gotten their waiver approved to do that, because again,
Oh, it's
until the
starting,
new
it's
law
starting,
passes.
it's starting earlier than the law allows? Okay.
Yes, the current law says we can't start before the 19th.
And you're saying they have waivers to get to the 11th?
They may or may not have, we don't know that.
That they may, has their calendar been approved?
Well, they've only given their boards options for the 11th.
So, they haven't had an approved calendar yet.
I don't
So
know
that
if it's
means-
been approved or not, I'm just looking at their agenda.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, they will have to, at the current law, which there's a bill out to get away from that. But the current law says we cannot start school before the 19th. So we would have to, in the current law, we're asking for permission to do the alternate calendar and ask to get a waiver for the 18th, because we want to start a day early. So, they're in the same process. They're gonna ask, I guess, to start on the 11th, if the bill doesn't pass. If the bill passes into law, then it won't matter.
And then if we went to minutes, we would have 21 days banked at the end of the year. Or we would have more vacation days. 'Cause
Well, we would just, if the district said that they wanted us to explore starting on the 11th, we would shift, and but to me, that would put us in a position, if we started a week earlier, if we were to propose what we're doing now, that would mean we would get out a week earlier.
Let me ask you a question.
If we chose to do that.
and then our seniors
Or
would
stretch it out.
really stay a week longer, or how would that affect graduation?
Yes.
Okay, but we've seen lots of creative thinking tonight, okay? And my inbox is still not cleared of all the creative thinking that prompted all of that, okay? So I get this question a lot. It's not just something I came up with, because these summer we're talking about pros and cons to everything, okay?
Yes.
But these summer camps that north of the river and south of the river, they have to decide when they're going to close up, okay? And when we're not synced up with the others, it's a hardship. It creates a hardship on parents, the same as half-day Wednesdays and all this other stuff. So I'm just wondering, it's like, oh, we didn't have a waiver, get a waiver. I mean, we can get a waiver. So is there value to it? Has it even been considered, is my question.
Well, I have not, the meeting we normally do was not an option.
You mean between the other districts?
Yes, we normally do a
Do
meeting.
you want me to call their board president and get this sorted out?
No, I mean, it's not I don't think it's a matter of that. Now, if we want to, explore moving our start date, I mean, that's something we can do without involving
All right.
someone else.
Okay.
We could, if you want us to look at how it would place out to, start on the 11th student contact day, that would push, of course, the teachers, earlier into.
Put them into July, wouldn't it?
That would put us into July, basically, with the teachers coming back. But of course, we finish earlier. So,
I would just have one question, and this is just me adding the assessment window that the state establishes with finishing early.
they usually finish up testing at the first week of May. Some of it falls into the second week of May. I know they do makeups. I don't have the testing calendar actually pulled up right now. But usually we finish up the front end of May. So if we're, just say, we're moving up a week to start earlier, and if we're trying to kind of follow the same thing, that means we would move up a week on dismissal, which means they would be doing state testing and going.
Well, and also, and I know this might seem trivial, but I know a lot of people in
Yeah, the
Maumelle
second week.
take vacation that last week. They take their families out of town that last week before school. And if they're going based off of what we've always done with not before the 19th, a lot of people have probably already booked cruises and paid for vacations.
Possibly. One thing with looking at ending where we did, that allows us to be out before, the kids to be out before Memorial Day. Because that's always been something that parents have said, well, why do y'all still go to school on Memorial Day and then they have to come back for 2 days or, you know, whatever
I do like
we had
that.
to do. You know, and so that was one of the pieces with that too. But we could easily shift everything up a week and look at where that would put us.
Don't we normally in the past approve calendars in January? Like, I feel like I looked into this in the last, like, 2 or 3 years, we've done them in January, right?
It was requested, we've had feedback from parents saying that they would like to know when the calendar was before the winter break, so they could start preparing for things. So we're just kind of, you know,
Well, my
dealing
point-
with the feedback and trying to, you know, move toward that. But, we may have done it in January last year. I think we did.
You may have addressed this. You talk, is this going to change the denomination of how, in teachers' contracts right now, they're in days? So teachers will still stay in days. I don't know. I'm not gonna vote for this tonight, myself. We've gotten this relief about the half-day Wednesdays, but the minutes is still a major modification that might warrant some consideration. So that's my position. The other thing is, so we heard, back to PPC law again, we heard that the calendar comes from PPC. Calendar can come from the board too. It's a policy, just like anything else. So I will say this, is we are not trapped in this doom loop where the PPC is the only one that can send us a calendar, and then once it hits the agenda, we have a limited amount of time. If we're, so back to what Ms. Potter said, and this isn't for, you know, I've been very clear from the beginning, Ms. Robinson can do, and the PPC can do what they want. But I'm just suggesting that, you know, this idea that we don't have as much control as we would like because it has to come from PPC, and then it comes on our agenda, and then we're legally obligated. If we want to do a creative calendar that is going to create controversy, we could start it here. Then we can send it to PPC and then come back, and it would have the same effect of making sure that everybody understood. Because when it comes from PPC, it appears on our agenda, and what we are legally obligated to do is take some kind of action on it, either accept, reject, refer, table. Okay, and that scares people because it's true that when this comes on here, this could have been passed tonight, just like it is with the half-day Wednesdays. It came to us in a posture where it could have been implemented, okay? And that scares people. So I would suggest, actually, if we don't do half-day Wednesdays, and we do it in the future, that it start at the board level, then we propose it to PPC, then it comes back, and then there's that built-in time. So it didn't have to come from PPC this way. It did. PPC has the right to send it, but we did have a little bit of control here, more control than I think might have, you know, you might have thought. And so I want to point that out as well, is it's very scary for parents to see that we have something on our agenda, whether or not it's intended to just be talked about or whatever. The fact is, we could have pushed this right on through, okay? That was possible tonight. And that's scary for people when they're gonna have a half-day Wednesday situation on their hand. And so I want that to be understood as well, that PPC has the right to propose whatever it wants, but we're toying with people's emotions in this process, either inadvertently or not. I'm just saying, it's scary, okay, when this happens. And I think we can all see that in the reaction we got from parents. You don't have to respond to any of that.
Well,
I have a quick question. I promise it'll be my only one, because I got a text about it. Do we build in PD and data days for our teachers?
Yeah, if you, look at the top, the first row, the second, well, the row that says August.
My tablet died, so.
Okay.
But it's
well,
okay, we can talk about it later.
I gave you a copy of it. It's.
Oh,
sitting
right here, okay.
There by here. So if you look at the row that says August, all of those PDs, those are PD. And then, you have the Flex PD, that's one where they do PD based on they work with their principal on that PD. And then anywhere you see OC Flex, that's PD. And then you'll see on January 5th, there's a PD, which like this year we do it on January 6th, that's an all-district PD. And then there's also another day on the 26th of May. And so there are, several days of PD built into the calendar.
Okay. I didn't realize I had this, and I had a text about it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 2 hours or an hour past my bedtime, so there's that.
I understand.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve this calendar without the half-day Wednesday. So it's a calendar that has a full-day Wednesday calendar. Can we call it that? A full-day Wednesday calendar, but everything else about the calendar, except that piece at the top that says
Wednesday.
early Wednesdays except semester test weeks, you can cross that out if this motion passes, because you'll get everything else on this sheet except that. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
my understanding.
So everything else about this calendar, which most parents cannot read this, by the way, it takes them a minute, but if you want to know what we're voting on, that's it. No early Wednesdays. Cross that out. Everything else stays the same. Start date is the 18th.
Yes,
Okay. So that's the motion on the floor right now, made by Maynard, seconded by Smith. Alternate calendar approved tonight, full day Wednesdays, but counted in minutes. The whole operation is counted in minutes. That, if this passes, that's what that will be. Any last words on this?
I have confirmed North Little Rock is the 11th. It will be voted on at the next board meeting.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
If we can come back next month and change the start date.
Well-
Not if it's approved tonight.
Well, I thought there was flexibility to do that. We just go for the minutes tonight.
No, the whole calendar gets approved. We would have to amend the calendar to move the date. I would say that instead of trying to do a table like we did with that other PPC proposal, let's just run this. Everybody's had enough information to know whether they want to approve it tonight or not. And then if we don't approve it, we can then do a table. Okay? If it doesn't pass, I would assume that we would want a table. So it won't be a start from scratch if it fails. It'll be we're going to refer it back to you, and then we'll work on this in January. Okay? So any last words, any new ideas that came up?
Oh, I just want to say, I like the idea of teachers not getting pulled out of classes and the philosophy that you're talking about. I just, as has been said multiple times, I think the community has to be involved in that decision, and the daycare issues and things like that have to be settled first. So, I like the idea that we can vote on this and still have the full day, but think about options for that at a later date.
Okay. So 24-25 calendar, just like it was given to us with full day Wednesdays, counted in minutes. That's the motion on the floor. I'm going to put it to a vote. If it fails, we'll try a table. So we're putting that to the floor to approve the 25-26 calendar. If I said 24-25, I meant 25-26. All in favor, 25-26, alternate calendar with full day Wednesdays counted in minutes. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I'm a no. But these are the hardest ones. So Potter, what were you?
No.
You were no. Keller?
Yes.
Keller was yes. Hang on just a second. Keller yes. Potter no. Maynard?
Was yes.
Maynard was yes. I was no. Miss Ward? Yes.
No.
Smith, no. Tate?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, 4-3, it passes. That's the calendar. Full day Wednesdays in effect, not half day Wednesdays. Full day Wednesdays are in effect. Calendar is approved. but full-day Wednesdays remain.
18th start date.
Your 18, nothing else was amended. Yeah, you got your 18 start date with my tears. Okay. Last item. Board Policy Proposal 1.14 Meeting Agenda. This is a board member proposal from Ms. Maynard, so I will turn it over to her and let her present her proposal.
Well, my philosophy is be brief and be gone, so, hopefully y'all had a chance to look at it, but some of this came from, I've been attending meetings for several years, and the fact that, usually I would have to ask somebody to get the board docs ahead of time, as they weren't normally posted up there. And I do think it's important that we have transparency with our parents, but also using some of the technology that's available out there. So I think some of the districts use board docs, but allowing the information to be put out on a third-party server. So like Mr. Wilson was talking about, that information should have been out to parents ahead of time where they could access it. It shouldn't just be us. And I know there are things that will be private that can be made private, but the rest of it the public needs to have a reasonable time frame to do that. And then also, like we saw last month with the PPC proposal that came in that day and nobody had time to look at it, that I think those should be submitted at least 5 days before work days. So there is a note on there that says the public will have reasonable and timely access to view the board agendas and the minutes, including non-confidential support materials. But towards the bottom, you'll notice that I added work days to 2 days. I'm assuming that can be held true for the public information also, that they have it at least 2 days prior to 2 work days prior to the meeting.
Which on a Tuesday meeting would still put us at Friday.
Correct.
Okay, so we have to have a system. We don't have it now. We'd have to pick one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you don't specify the system.
And it didn't have to be done until July.
Yeah. So your intent here is who's gonna pick?
Could come back to us.
Okay, so
They can get us some.
we just get a recommendation basically, and they have 6-7 months to do it. We still would have to approve the recommendation. So if it comes back for $100,000, you're not obligated to approve it. But it won't be free. It'll have some cost.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyone else?
My question is, does everyone get access to the agenda at the same time as far as the board? Or do we send it out to the board members first, or how do we know what's on the agenda?
I think those third-party systems, as soon as it's posted, the board members are notified that it's up.
No, I'm asking a question from people that's been here. What's the system as far as who gets to see the agenda after you and Dr. McNulty consult about it?
Want me to explain the process since it runs through our department?
Wait, no, the process runs through your department after it's been published to the board, right? Because Ms. Richards is actually probably the best one. She has a spreadsheet, right? Yeah.
We actually work together on it. It's a collaboration.
So basically, cabinet and members of the district are able to submit items 2 weeks before the board meeting. And then you guys meet about those items the week before the board meeting. And once you confirm what's gonna be on the agenda is sent to the board members whenever that agenda is confirmed. So the board members get the agenda first.
Thursday or Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a spreadsheet, as a Google Doc.
Yes.
That you prepare for us. And so when you hear for people out that don't see this document, when you hear us talking about this is on our agenda, it says recommend to approve or whatever, that's what we mean. We can see this Google sheet, but the public cannot. They could FOIA it or something, but we have real-time access to the sheet when you release it.
Yes.
So the form that is created from our department, and then formally Patrick, who is our brain coordinator, now Emily is in that position because he moved, but she actually has to activate those board links for Ms. Richards in order to publicize them. So the version that you all get is the same at the same time. And as soon as, like Ms. Richards mentioned, when you and the board, when you two have solidified the agenda, which is, since I've been here 7 school years, has always been on a Friday pretty much, that it gets finalized.
She can get them out on Thursday sometimes if she wants. If we get it to her early enough.
It'll then come via email to the cabinet and to the board simultaneously. Then I pull the items off of that to make the board agenda that goes on the website, the PDF that goes into the document section for state required, and then is emailed to the press as required for the 2-day prior notice.
So how much time after the board gets it does the public see it?
Usually within like Friday, it was within 30 minutes, probably.
So pretty much the same time.
Yeah, I try and get it together. It's the same day because I have to have it published 2 days prior to the meeting as required by public notice. So if I get it on Friday, then Friday is the day that I publish it. If I got it on Thursday, I would wait till Friday.
So if a board member wants to pull something from the consent agenda,
So that happened this morning. And
this morning?
Yes, that an item that was on the consent agenda, the AVID contract renewal, was pulled from consent and put into an action item in old business. So I had to redo the agenda. So I revised the web story, revised the PDF document, and then sent it to her so she could print the updated agenda.
So what's the process on that? Any board member can ask for something to be pulled from the consent agenda to
Yes,
an action item.
that's what the consent agenda is. You're supposed to put things that aren't controversial, and then a board member has a right to pull it out. That's always been the case.
I'm just asking.
Yes.
Because I don't communicate with y'all like that. That's why I'm asking.
So, we're using words. Wait. You put this up on the this is what you're calling the agenda. Okay?
Well,
the support docs don't show up until much
Monday.
later. No, well, I've seen it on Tuesday at 3. Okay? So that part where they can actually, because see, if you were reading the public, you would see on this thing 25-26 proposed calendar, Dr. Yolanda Williams.
Yep.
But you would have no idea at Friday that you put on the website. That's what the public would see. That's what you're talking about goes on Friday, right?
Yes.
But this document, they would not have seen until Monday.
Monday.
This time Monday.
Well, I think it was probably about 12:30 on Monday that I got it.
Yes, but sometimes these go up on Tuesday.
Sometimes.
Right.
I don't have the full board packet that is sometimes
That's right.
500 pages put together because
But
I
see-
have to download every PDF and assemble it.
So here's the thing, is the agenda is interesting information because it tells you the topic.
Correct.
But it doesn't tell you that you're about to lose half-day Wednesdays until you see the support documents. And that's the thing, is if you go to a system, because we get the support docs through the Google sheet.
Correct.
The public gets the support docs through a process that Jessica Duff and her department do as they can, which is sometimes Monday, but sometimes Tuesday, right?
Yes. But I'm also not required to put the board docs on in a certain
Nobody said that.
in a window.
Nobody
so I'm doing
said
it as
that.
quickly as I can.
This whole policy is, in my mind, to give the same courtesy to the public that the board has, because we see the full picture of the agenda, the front page and the support docs, all 200 to 500 or whatever pages, check register, everything, when Ms. Richards pressed send on Friday. The public does not have that courtesy until you have done something on Monday or Tuesday that you're not required to do. But that's gonna be okay, because that's gonna take that away from you, because we're gonna use a system that of some kind, if this policy passes, where the public sees the same system that we do. There aren't two mechanisms, basically, because the public does not see the Google Sheet.
No.
Okay, and so a system would, just like with North Little Rock, like every district, I've talked to Dr. McNulty about this like a year ago or more. I've shown, every district except Springdale in the top 25 has a system, except us in Springdale. And so that is, the idea is that this gets out sooner to the public, okay, that you're not required to do, but we get hammered for when they don't know what's all the information is on the agenda.
And I was one of the ones hammering them,
So there was a system in place 6 or 7 years ago.
That
but
was also not
The gentleman who
public.
created it, it was an in-house system, and he left the district. So we
Yes.
had to scramble to create something. This was a free solution at the time that up until tonight, I've not heard anyone ever complain about.
Okay,
So
so,
that's just sharing that information. If there's a solution out there that is cost-effective, that will take that off of our department and be easier for Ms. Richards,
Yeah.
then let's hear about it.
well, this wasn't to drag you around, but I'm saying that to answer her question completely, the agenda goes up on Friday, but the full picture of what's going on at a board meeting cannot be understood by the public until you've done a part that you're not required to do. That's optional, but doesn't usually come until Monday or Tuesday. And, and I think that is something that most other districts do through a system. And so that, the public would see it when Ms. Richards publishes, because there's a public version and a private version, so like confidential information it would be flagged in the system, basically, that this is confidential, don't show this. So like North Little Rock can have, something in their system that has, confidential information on it that doesn't get released, okay? But the calendar would be seen the same by both board members. So it's like a transparency thing, I guess, to have a system, because then there's no extra step to show them the support docs like there is now. Okay, and pulling stuff out of the consent, this isn't for y'all, but pulling stuff out of the consent agenda is something that's always happened. That, y'all may have found out about it on Tuesday, but, I think the email, well, when was the 8th? The 8th? I received the email with Dr. McNulty and Ms. Richards on Sunday. So whoever asked Potter, whoever asked for it to come out, she asked for it on Monday. I won't count Sunday, because that's at 8 o'clock.
I appreciate not just mentioning it was late on Sunday night.
Yeah, so,
It was late, and I'm not even up that
That's fine,
late.
because eventually I'll swing up in the morning about 6 o'clock and look at some stuff, so that's good.
well,
I purposely tried to not bother people on the weekend, so I apologize if it was so late.
I was just walking my dog about 8:30, so I should probably take a look.
what we don't want is a situation where somebody shows up at a board meeting and asks for something to be pulled, because then the person isn't coming to think that they want to present. It's just a judgment decision. Can we put it in consent agenda? Can we not? But then when the board sees the agenda, they may say, hey, I want this out.
Well, just thank the both of you for all your hard work over the years, doing something that probably saved us thousands and thousands of dollars and caused you a great big headache. So, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have policy 1.14P, but no motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Ms. Maynard has made a policy for 1.14P, and who's the second?
Second.
Potter?
So the motion is to investigate programs and the cost of programs, right?
The motion is to approve that policy, and inside of that policy is to have a system in place by July 1st,
No matter what the cost?
because it comes back to us for approval like anything we would buy.
Okay.
But, I mean, she said no matter what the cost. This says we have to have it.
Yeah, well, we do.
No matter what the cost.
That's what the policy says, but if we get,
That's her question, though. Since you said
no,
you
it
don't
doesn't
know how
say no
much they
matter what the
cost.
cost, it just says we have to have one.
Right,
If
that
the
means no
cost-
matter what the cost. Like,
No,
if the
no,
cheapest
it
one costs $150,000 a year, we have to do it per policy.
First of all, it doesn't, but second of all, I don't think so.
And honestly, if the cost was outrageous, you could change the policy again. So, wouldn't be that hard to change it back.
I don't like that it has that the superintendent shall be responsible for identifying and/or redacting confidential information. I think it needs to be that there needs to be some responsibility in doing it, but I don't think we need to single out one person when other people have the potential to upload stuff to the program.
I would say superintendent designee.
Well, okay, we can amend it to say that.
But at the end of the day, though, regardless of who marks it as personal or not personal, it would fall back on you if confidential information went out that shouldn't have gone out. So, I mean, at the end of the day, the responsibility would fall with you.
Well, typically is, obviously, you know this
Yeah.
business, it's when do you know it and what do you do about it?
I mean, if this goes out, though, as soon as it's put out there, it's public. So
What
if
if-
it was marked wrong,
Good night,
it's going to be public.
What if it said administration?
That's fine. I mean, I don't care either way. I just figured.
Yeah, I just
the
felt
buck
like it was
stopped with-
targeting language.
Yeah, I'd be fine with administration.
I mean, the buck stops somewhere, doesn't it? But I understand.
Yeah, but we don't have to create extra bucks to
don't know.
intentionally stop somewhere.
Okay, so can we call this a motion to approve policy 1.14P with amending the word superintendent shall be or the phrase superintendent shall be responsible to administration shall be responsible? And you would agree if this thing costs $150,000, we're not gonna do it?
Yeah.
But you would be the first
Trust
to make
me,
a,
yeah.
first to make
I was
amendment.
just saying Dr. Tate's question was valid.
Okay, so what we have on the floor is 1.14P policy with the word superintendent changed to administration. A motion and a second. Anyone else?
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Does it have a time frame in there? I don't remember.
July 1st, it's,
No, I mean like
oh,
publishing and
Two work days.
it,
work days.
yeah, so on a Tuesday meeting, it would still be Friday. It's just that on a
Friday
Monday.
by noon or Friday by 8 a.m.?
Well, 2 work days from the meeting would be Friday at 6, but, I mean, the earlier the better. I don't think she wants to wait till 6.
Well, I think,
That's what I'm saying. You ought to put a time frame on it, so she is given the information in plenty of time to get the work completed and posted, right?
I mean, you
Because if other people have to have a time frame of Thursday by 5 o'clock, so by Friday morning she can be completed before noon, then she'd be happier.
this
Right.
this language we're talking about is how soon it gets to the board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I got
under
off
the
track.
2 workday thing if we had a Wednesday meeting, it would need to come out Monday. If we,
And it had 2 days in there before. I just added work.
yeah, because under it is, I guess, technically a change, because if it said 2 days, you could get it out on Sunday, but
But it didn't specify what time of day.
But I would say business days maybe.
all right. What about business days?
That's fine.
Okay. So we're changing work days to business days and superintendent to administration under this motion, okay? And with that, I will put 1.14P with those 2 changes to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 7-0. All right, so that brings us down to comments from the board.
Is everybody awake?
You want me to go first? So, per my usual stance on this next school year, I would like to take some time personally to go and look at restriction of cell phones during school use, so that students do not carry their phones with them into a classroom, and or maybe their homeroom, they put them in this cell phone bag, and then at the end of the day, they have another 10-minute window to be at the homeroom class to go receive their cell phones. So that will be something this next year that I work on, finding a plan to introduce to the board. And I'll be the delegate tomorrow at ASBA, and I got my packet tonight to go and read on. So anyway, Happy New Year. See y'all next year, I guess.
Others?
Was somebody trying to say something down there?
Huh?
No, I asked if everybody was awake.
Okay, let me, this is probably about the only time y'all listen. But anyway, I've served as a proud school board member for the last 8 years with the Pulaski County Special School District. And I'm sure you've all heard through the grapevines that, that I was elected on the quorum court for Justice of the Peace. And I know you also heard that I would be resigning my seat. I'm sure you were real happy about that, but I changed my mind. Because by law, I don't have to resign my seat here. And I love the fact that, you know, I, as a real school board representative, not just behind this desk, but also out in the community, because it's my ministry to serve and be a representative for the underserved communities. And also just help all schools. I go and support all schools. If there's some student achievement, I'm there. I can't say that about a lot of y'all. When it's graduation time, oh, I'll just show up for my school. No. If we're going to serve as a school board representative, that means you need to be there when those children walk across that stage with that type of accomplishment. Not just come here to raise hell or get in your little camaraderie and vote together or have your little side conversations on how you going to vote. And also, as far as, I don't mind representing myself. Thank you, Eli, for your, second the motion as far as positions. But the position I'm in, y'all will never be in, ever. And I mean that as far as knowing who I am and knowing what my purpose is. Maybe this is your highlight of your life. But as far as what I do, I don't need y'all. I don't need y'all applause. I just want to let you know that. But I am going to serve on this board because that's what I was elected to do. And that's what I'm going to do because of who I am and because of the communities that I serve. I would do them a disservice if I just let them loose with you people, with some of you people. As far as you say you got the best interest, but I know you already had your calculated thoughts on how you were going to vote tonight. And that's fine. I just do it for the hell of it. I just vote myself just for the hell of it because I know what y'all already planned to do, what you already had in mind. But as long as I got out there and walked and knocked on doors and told the people that this is what I was going to do, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to do it. My term is up November 2025, so you'll continue to hear me until November 2025. And if you already, I know some of you consulted with the lawyers to make sure, can a person be on the quorum court and do the school district? Yeah, by law, yes, I can. So if that'll answer some of your questions as well, to ease your mind. I will be here. And also just continue. Continue. If you're going to be a school board representative, be a school board representative all across the board. And no, I ain't no mad black woman. I said what I said. That comes from passion. That comes from passion for knowing that you're standing for the right reason and that you're here to make sure that all children succeed. not this little, I guess this little gang y'all got going on.
Well, congratulations on your quorum court seat, and when your term is up, you'll be missed. And
I
good
doubt
luck,
it.
Good luck at the quorum court.
Mm-hmm.
Comments from the superintendent?
Sure. Actually, I want to start with Mills football. I was out there on Friday night, and I saw a great game. I saw great leadership with our students, our coaches, and I want to shout out to our dance team, our cheerleaders, and Dr. Williams was there, and our band. Their sportsmanship and the other team's sportsmanship was outstanding. It was a hard-fought game. It was a good tackling game. I always love that. The only thing that struck me was I've had frostbite before, and so by third period or third quarter, I was feeling it. But that was a great time. You know, I'm just thinking about the school year. It's been January 24 to we're in December, and a lot of things have happened. And you know, I want to start off with our students and graduation because I know Dr. Williams is his favorite time. But to have $19 million go to our students at the end of graduation from 4 high schools is really powerful. I also think, you know, we had 1 National Merit Scholar finalist, semifinalist and finalist. We've got 9 schools now in the U.S. World News Reports. That's the hard work of our students, our professionals, our teachers. And speaking of our teachers, we have 38 National Board Certified teachers, 570 teachers with master's degrees. We have the Arkansas Teacher of the Year, and we are proud of that. And, you know, I will say that, you know, we've increased enrollment across the district, and that's, again, the hard work for our professional staff and teachers in making it a welcoming school. So I feel, listen, it's December, the holidays are upon us, but it's just been so great to see all the things that our professional staff and our leaders have done in the schools, and to support that, and what I saw supporting that tonight with the board, I'm very appreciative. So that's all I got for tonight, and I really hope that if I'm below 20 degrees again, that I can put gloves on so that the frostbite doesn't hurt nearly as much.
While I'm thinking about it, a friend of mine has a son who plays football for Elkins, and she texted me and told me how impressed she was with the facilities over at Mills.
Boy, and I would say that softball field with the extra lights really helped visibility for everybody involved. So that was really cool.
Yeah, she said it was really nice over there.
Yeah, it was a great game. It's the way they should be played. You know, tough, and I wish we'd won. And they got us in special teams. But our offensive defense played great.
Shout out to Ms. Ziller. Thank you for your email.
Okay. Our next item is the consent agenda. I'll take a motion on the consent agenda.
Motion.
Ms. Potter has moved to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate is seconded. Discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next. Pursuant to Arkansas law, I move we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment of an employee or employees. I've made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Made the motion. Ms. Potter is seconded to go into executive session on employment. All in favor of going into executive session on employment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned into executive session. I'm back, okay. All right, we're out of executive session where no action was taken. There's nothing to make a motion on. We were about to get into a special scheduling, which is not appropriate topic for executive session. So Dr. McNulty and I talked, I don't know if this is still relevant, but he's here, he's out in the audience. We have 2 Baldwin and Shell contracts that need board approval. And I wanted to get the people who are here to tell us what their schedule is so that we can know. So what, if we did have a special meeting next week, or, I mean, would it always be next week, or would you want to do it Thursday, Friday, or what?
I could do whatever the board.
Okay, so let's start with what's everybody's next week schedule? I can meet anytime.
Yeah, I'm open anytime next week.
I can only meet on Monday.
Can only meet on Monday.
I got nothing. I'm open anytime. Yeah.
What about Zoom? Can you, if we had a meeting, could you Zoom in?
Depending on when it is, probably, but we're gonna be out of state.
Okay, but what did you say, Heather?
I'm 12-hour days, all 5 days.
So you probably can't meet,
Not at all.
even if it's only for like 30 minutes?
I mean, if you want to come to the salon,
No,
take a seat.
don't.
I can meet Sunday afternoon.
I mean,
No, we can't.
I mean, I don't. I've squeezed ACBA in this week, and I don't have anything.
Okay, so we've got 3 people that pretty much are completely flexible, so we would need to find a 4th person. Or somebody to Zoom in to just do that, because that's all we would do.
If all you need is me to Zoom,
Yeah,
I can put you on my phone and process
Okay.
color, so.
okay, so,
I mean,
but,
anything's
I could do Monday.
plausible if that's all you need.
okay, but are you completely out of the picture for any of the other days?
Tuesday, I have another board meeting. Wednesday, I can't. I might be able to Thursday.
Okay, well,
Oh, no, I can't do Thursday.
okay,
Silver
all right.
Dollar City
It's possible, we've seen enough, it's possible, we have 2 other board members that might be able to do something as well. We could probably cobble something together with 3 in person and a Zoom, and if it's needed. Okay, perfect. Okay, with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Ms. Potter has made a motion to adjourn, and Ms. Maynard has seconded. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned.
Who's coming
Can't-
tomorrow to ASBA?
Me.
You?
Doc-
Okay.
Are you going?